Okay, let's do some more reading because I got nothing else better to do. And it's a great way for me to forget about my shitty existence. Anyways, Mysteries of Time and Space, Our Haunted Planet by John A. Keel. You couldn't have a more shittier existence. And everybody says you gotta, not everyone, a lot of people say have a negative attitude, but I have good reasons to not have too much positive. So, chapter 6, a funny thing happened on the way to extinction. Want to discover a lost city and be entered in the annals of archaeology? It's easy. According to James Randi, a famous magician and escape artist who has spent considerable time probing into the ruins of Asia and South America. Just visit an out-of-the-way place and ask the natives for directions to the nearest lost city. Randy explains there are thousands of these structures on every continent, and only a comparative handful have been recognized by archaeology. Those prehistoric stonemasons were ubiquitous, and they left their work everywhere. A young geologist named Karl Munch, that's right, Karl Munch, found the lost city of Zimbabwe in southern Rhodesia in 1871. Simply by asking an ivory trader for directions. Munch's story is filled with high adventure. The trader, a German-American named Adam Renders, rescued him from a tribe of hostile natives and led him to the site of an ancient ruins. Munch decided Zimbabwe was actually the biblical gold center of Ophir, or Ophir, depending on how you want to where the fruits of the King Solomon's mine were collected. But all he and Renders found were a series of granite structures on top of a steep hill, filled with winding passageways and tunnels. The largest was the elliptical building, roughly 830 feet in circumference and 33 feet high, of course. Nearby were two towers. A cave on a cliff some distance away has proven to have unusual acoustics. When someone speaks in the cave, his voice can be heard in the elliptical building, but nowhere else. Doubtless the native priests put this phenomena to nefarious use. Al Spargium de Camp, a reformed science fiction writer, notes, archaeologists have been arguing about Zimbabwe for 100 years. The ruins have been dated variously from 8700 to 1500. They have been credited to everyone from the Phoenicians and the Egyptians to the naked Bantu tribesmen. Their workmanship is rather crude when compared with the far more impressive structures of Asia, the Pacific, and South America. Nevertheless, someone will probably never know who went to the trouble of dragging thousands of granite bricks to the top of the hill deep in the African jungle 1,200 years ago. building an elaborate fortress temple filled with labyrinths and passageways whose only apparent purpose is to drive archaeologists mad. The city of Timbuktu, was little more than a legend until the closing years of the 19th century, when French adventurers crossed 2,000 miles of the Sahara wasteland and found it in the banks of the Niger River. What is now the country of Mali. It was settled in AD 1087 and was once a large thriving trade center. Today it has a population of about 85,000. The architecture in Timbuktu is not particularly impressive, and the city is most noted for the hundreds of storks who reside there. Since a prominent city like Timbuktu could become lost in modern times, it is not surprising that even larger, more impressive cities, such as Angkor Wat, would get lost altogether. Angkor was only a myth until explorers stumbled on it in Cambodia in 1857. It contains enormous temples and pyramid-like structures apparently related to the mysterious structure of the Pacific Islands. The walls are covered with statues and bas reliefs. Is that what it is? BAS reliefs? Okay. And the origins of the city are lost in a welter of half-remembered legends. Local natives still speak of the giant godlike beings who built the place. Hard facts are rare. One story popular soon after Angkor discovery is that the city was abandoned suddenly, probably around AD 1300. In the same way that the Easter Islanders threw down their tools in their quarrying and fled. At least it is obvious that Angkor was the product of an advanced culture of engineers and stonemasons, and that their culture vanished rather suddenly. History demonstrates that men have often built imposing, elaborate cities, flourished in them for hundreds or even thousands of years, then deserted them to live in simple grass huts or on their perimeters. Wars and natural calamities often played a role in this pattern, of course. Great cultures have risen and then died out. Men return to simpler ways of life. It is a natural order of things. 1,000 years from now, people may be living in thatched shacks in New Jersey and on Long Island within a full view of the decaying towers of Manhattan. They may tell their children about the peculiar ancients who built the towers as part of a strange religion which worships the great god money. In the Middle East, the little country of Jordan is filled with, it says here, population figures for most parts of the world are debatable. The figures used in this book are up-to-date estimates from official statistics from the United Nations and sources such as Human World Atlas. It says here, estimated from the official ruins predating the Christian era. A large Roman theater with a seating capacity of 4,000 can be found near Amman. There are great temples and triumphal arches and countless stone columns lining dead streets paved with large stone blocks. Far to the south of Amman, in the midst of the unfriendly desert, the traveler enters a narrow gorge which leads through the cliffs to an ancient city right out of the Arabian Nights. This is Petra, carved out of the red sandstone cliffs and filled with stately columns and temples. This Arab Shangri-La was constructed around 700 BC and must have housed thousands of people. Hey, Chase! Chase! Can you turn it down, bitch, buddy?
Yeah.
Can you turn it down? Okay, thank you. So anyways, this Arab Shangri-La was constructed around 700 BC and must have housed thousands of people. Food, water, and supplies had to be brought in through the gorge, the only approach. From miles away, thousands of men must have labored for generations, hacking these monuments out of the walls of this hidden valley. Some of the ruins are pre-Roman. There are ancient tombs, and a narrow stone staircase leads to an area on top of the cliff where two 20-foot obelisks are located on the high place. A platform measuring 45 by 25 feet. Perhaps Professor Agris would regard it as another launching platform for nuclear rockets. The culture that built Petra is lost in legend and archaeological confusion, but in the city's final days, it was used as a hideout by desert bandits. For the most part, believers in Mu, Atlantis, and flying saucers have ignored the ruins of the Middle East and Africa, concentrating instead on the lost cities of Central and South America. The fairly recent Mayan, Inca, and Aztec civilizations cannot account for all these ruins. There is evidence that another, possibly far more advanced culture thrived in the Americas in the earlier times. Remnants of that civilization may have been handed down to the Indians who followed. And okay, is that a B or an H? Huanaco? Huanaco. So Tiahuanaco, a fabulous stone ruin high in the Andes Mountains, has inspired more curiosity, speculation, and nonsense than any other. It has been the subject of countless books and articles and has been used. Hey, let's look at that up anyways. Let's make sure that I even is reading that right. And maybe I might be able to pronounce it. Peru. Let's just go see a pronunciation. See if I get it right.
Tiahuanaco. Tiahuanaco.
Tiahuanaco. Tiahuanaco. Oh yeah, that's that cool looking one. With the amazing arches. Let's see if I can find images of it. And I'll save that in my So that's the famous arches, and it's got those like well, I'll just show it real fast. So then you know what I'm talking about. It has these heads coming out. I don't know if they're called release or not. It's got this pattern right here. Remember this? Everyone remembers this. Somebody put a lot of time into that. That's for sure. A lot of freaking time. Tiahuanaco, okay, in the Andes Mountains has inspired more curiosity, speculation, nonsense than any other. It has been the subject of countless books and articles and has been used to support the beliefs of nearly every outlandish cult going. In recent years, there have been innumerable flying saucer sightings and appearances of little glowing green men around Lake Titicaca, which is 12,640 feet above the sea level. Tiahuanaco is at the southeast end of the lake. Although the ruins cover only about 1/6 of a mile, they feature impressive tumuli man-made mounds, a 50-foot high pyramid, and a number of stone platforms and underground chambers. The famous gateway of the sun is an arch weighing nearly 10 tons. Archaeologists believe that Tiwanakuans were part of an empire that preceded the Incas by 2,000 years. But they left no written record. There are no local legends about them. When the Incas later conquered the lake Titicaca region, they found Tiahuanaco abandoned. While many of the structures in Petra were carved from the sandstone cliffs in place, some of the walls in Tiahuanaco were whittled out of huge blocks weighing as much as 60 tons, and then somehow moved into place. Giant statues also stand around the site. One weighing 20 tons has been moved to a museum in La Paz. In their book, The Great Idol of Tiahuanaco, Hans Bellamy and Alan, is it Bellamy? Is that what it means? Hans Bellamy and P. Allen offer an interpretation of the symbols found in a huge statue discovered in Tiahuanaco Temple. They claim the symbols recorded astrological knowledge of a very advanced order. Eric Van Daniken, author of The Chariots of Gods, visited the Andes in his search for evidence of the spaceships had visited the Earth in prehistoric times. He described seeing a 20,000-ton stone block near the ruin of Incan Fort of Daniken. Daniken explains. It is a single stone block the size of a 4-story house. It has been impeccably dressed in the most craftsmanlike way. It has steps and ramps and is adorned with spirals and holes, and the most monstrous block stands on its head. So the steps run downward from the roof. The holes point in different directions, like the indentations of a grenade. Strange depressions, shapes rather like chairs, seem to hang floating in space. Who can imagine that human hands and human endeavor excavated, transported, and dressed this block? What power overturned it? What titanic forces were at work here, and to what end? The fortress in Sacsayhuaman is surrounded by a wall 60 feet high, containing stones weighing as much as 200 tons. 200 tons. Morris K. Jessup, a qualified investigator, viewed the fortress and described these stones. All of them crudely rough quarried and were then ground into their designated niches in the structure by pushing them back and forth in situ until they fitted so closely, completely, and accurately that a knife blade cannot be inserted between them. This is a logical, practical shortcut to effect stone cut fitting, which we have not qualified in modern engineering. Road in the Sky by George Hunt Williamson, Neville's spiritual. See that, he says. Science writer Joseph Goodavage quoted Jessup's theory in Flying Saucers. UFO reports. Number 4, the stones, he pointed out, that had to be lifted in the air and placed roughly into their proper positions, and then by some force inconceivable to us, shoved back and forth, grinding down the roughly hewed surfaces until they fitted smoothly and perfectly into their proper niches. To lift, swing into position, then rub the massive weight back and forth against enormous friction without losing its snugly fitting neighbors was no job for simple aborigines or even for an advanced Inca culture. The fact is that the Sacsayhuaman was ancient long before the Incas appeared on the scene. To add to the mystery, some of the larger stones found in the Andes ruins were quarried in a valley 200 miles away. Somehow these enormous blocks of stone had to be transported up and down mountains to their final resting place. Those found archaeological inventions, wooden rollers and rafts, couldn't have been used. So how did the ancient builders accomplish this? A possible explanation taken seriously by some scientists and loudly berated by others is that these monuments were built in a time when the surface of the earth was actually different from what it is now, a time when the Andes were level with the rest of the land. Hans Schindler Bellamy prowled around Lake Titicaca and claimed that he found traces of marine sediment indicating that the Great Deluge had once engulfed the area. This, of course, was evident that the ruins had been built before the deluge and were many thousands of years old. Two Frenchmen, Louis Pauwels, editor of the magazine Planet, and Jacques Bergire, if I'm saying it right, the nuclear physicists, seem to go along with Bellamy in their book, The Morning of the Magicians. They propose that the earth was once inhabited by a giant race which built mounds and monoliths and maintained a worldwide civilization with key centers in the Andes, New Guinea, Mexico, Abyssinia, and Tibet. They were the true Atlanteans and were destroyed by some great cosmic disaster. Let's see if you can find that. Morning of the Magicians. Turn on the heat. Looks like we might be able to get that on internet archive.org. The evidence reviewed thus far does indicate that this planet was once occupied by a single great culture or a series of intertwining cultures which possess secrets of engineering and stone building beyond anything known by the ancient Minoans, Romans, and Britons, and they constructed their monuments in isolated places such as the islands of northern Scotland, the Pacific, and the Andes Mountains. Demonstrating an incredible sense of purpose as well awesome perseverance. Our anthropologists and archaeologists have been struggling to uncover and understand the history of the past 4,000 years. They have steadfastly refused to consider the possibility that mankind may be only the latest race to infest the earth, that other races and other civilizations may have thrived here and died here. One of the increasingly popular themes in science fiction is the notion that an earlier super race built spaceships and sent their members off to visit the stars. Now those space dwellers are returning to home base in their flying saucers, and they're looking around in unhappy confusion, asking, where did everyone go? Who are all these pitiful little ants shooting at each other? Alfred Wegener, I guess it's Wegener, Alfred Wegener, an obscure German meteorologist, died in 1930 after suffering 15 years of ridicule, slander, and contempt at the hands of his peers and colleagues. He was branded a fool because he believed that the Earth once contained two large land masses which had gradually split up and drifted apart to form the 6 continents. Every schoolboy who has ever studied a map of the globe has reached the same tentative conclusion, for the great land masses do seem to conform like pieces of a massive jigsaw puzzle. Wegener's evidence was a bit more complicated than that. However, he considered fossils from different continents, climate changes, and specific geological formations such as mountains, which seem to displace marked similarities as on the different continents. But science was not ready to consider the theory of continental drift in 1915. It was easier to denounce Wegener dissect his ideas with more popular theories and consign his books to the scrap heap. When Wagner died in 1930, his theories seemed to die with him. In the late 1950s, Wagner controversy long forgotten, a new crop of scientists began to explore the oceans, and new data were fed into computers. Mountain ranges were discovered under the oceans, laid out in a ways which confirmed Wagner's early speculations. Almost overnight, the continental drift theory became a new scientific fact. The National Science Foundation has now committed $5.4 million for new tests and studies. That's not very much, but mind you, that was 50 years ago when he said that. So I imagine it's a hell of a lot more than that with all the other government agencies, etc. Alfred Wagner may soon have the last laugh. Rock layers at specific levels in South America have been found. And it says here, see confirmation of continental drift. Patrick M. Hurley, Scientific American, April 68. Also, jigsaw of the primeval world. Life, January 30th, 1970. Anyways, back to this. Rock layers at specific levels in the South America have been found to match identical layers in Africa, indicating that both land masses were once a single unit. Current guess is that 150 to 200 million years ago, there were two supercontinents. They broke apart and drifted away from each other slowly. They are still moving slowly, almost imperceptibly, and their movements have been measured by satellite photos and other means. North America is moving away from Europe at a rate of an inch per year. New instrumentation is not able to measure the magnetic fields of rocks on the ocean bottom. These measurements indicate that the Earth's magnetic field has frequently shifted, the North Pole becoming the South Pole, and vice versa. Such magnetic shifts have occurred at least 170 times in the past 76 million years. Further proof that the Earth's crust is wiggling about. What all this means is that about 200 million years ago, during an age of the great reptiles, the Paleozoic age, that this was an entirely different planet. Perhaps it harbored life from now unimaginable to us. Then it broke up, new continents were formed, new climate changes occurred, the physical environment itself may have changed. These changes could have brought about a sudden and gradual change of the life forms as they altered to adapt to the new conditions. Some of the puzzling erratics discussed in the Chapter 1 could have been produced by a form of intelligent life now lost and forgotten. I do have a hard time accepting that it'd be 150 to 200 million years, though. And I'm talking about the structures, these erratics, and showing up. But then again, what the hell do I know? It is doubtful if even the most advanced civilizations could produce any quantity of monuments and artifacts which could withstand millions of years of erosion and geological change. The Atlantophiles are not too happy with the continental drift theory because it virtually excludes the possibility that any large landmass could have existed between North America and Europe. It might not rule out Mu or Lemuria. However, other stubborn cultists are already leaping on the continental drift bandwagon and claiming one of those two land masses are their favored lost continent. Our flimsy knowledge of the very ancient past is based entirely upon the discovery and interpretations of fossils found in various rock layers of the Earth's crust. This, in an exact science called paleontology, is only 200 years old. We haven't dug deeply enough and studied things thoroughly enough to reach reliable conclusions about the distant past. So many of the facts commonly accepted today are only educated guesses. See Reversals of the Earth's Magnetic Field, Alan Cox, Scientific American, February 1967. If the Earth has suffered truly cataclysmic changes in the past 200 million years, we must first know of and understand those changes completely before we can accurately assess the meaning of rock formations. It seems unlikely that we will ever be able to develop methods for collecting evidence that will give us conclusive truths about the Earth's past. Astronomers and mineralogists were astonished and upset by the rocks our astronauts scooped up off the surface of the moon, because they indicated that the moon was 4 billion years old or even older. I don't believe we went there, but to each their own. They might have, but I think that what they've given us is the false narrative if they did go there. But that's what they do. As part of mind control is the contradictions. Always feed the public constant, steady stream of contradictions. It's a great way to fragment the mind and keep us all fighting over things that we can't prove. It's part of the sorcery. Some astronomers have been pushing the theory that the moon was really just a chunk of the Earth that had been scooped out of the specific ocean area and tossed into space somehow. That theory and many others went down the drain when our first space module dropped onto the Sea of Tranquility. Geologists and paleontologists have developed reasonable evidence that the Earth has passed through several glacial periods or ice ages. These seem to be cyclical, with minor ice ages occurring every 12,000 years or so, and with major glacial periods taking place over longer periods. These ice ages suggest a really major catastrophe, a sudden shift of the Earth's entire axis. If you lived on the planet Uranus, the seventh planet from the Sun, you would be exposed to a pseudo ice age every 21.5 Earth years. Your knowledge of the Uranus is immediately flimsy, and when and if we ever manage to visit it, we may find that many of the currently accepted facts about the planet are erroneous, just as our moon landing disproved many of the previously accepted facts about our own satellites. In any case, the best astronomical information indicates that Uranus has a very wobbly axis, and that it flips over about 4 times for each of its circuits around the Sun. And Uranus year is 84 Earth years. A resident living on a fixed point on Uranus would find himself shifting drastically away from or towards the sun every 21.5 years. If the planet were closer to the sun, these shifts could produce dramatic changes of climate. It is possible that the Earth's orbital mechanics include similar fluctuations of the axis over long periods. Scientists have figured out that there are minor climatic changes on the Earth every 170 years due to minor axis shifts. The magnetic polarity of our planet is quite unstable. The magnetic south pole is not a fixed point but moves steadily in a 200-mile circle. As already noted, the poles reverse themselves every few million years. Studies of rock levels of the last ice age have produced evidence of major shifts of the Earth's crust or the planet's entire axis occur every 12,000 years. If that's even close to be true, we should be due for one, aren't we? If it's even close. Such shifts would change climate completely. Frigid areas would suddenly be in the tropic zones. Water would inundate land areas, and of course, all life would be affected. Seashells and fossils have been found in the heart of the Sahara Desert, indicating that it was once covered with water. And a stimulating article in the Saturday Evening Post on January 16, 1960, zoologist Ivan T. Sanders documented the amazing results of one of these planetary inversions. Prehistoric mammoths found preserved in frozen muck in Siberia had mouthfuls of unswallowed plants, as though they had been quick frozen while munching happily on their feeding grounds. Sanders points out that the only way these animals could have been so splendidly preserved was to have been exposed to an incredible drop in temperature. This could have occurred in several ways. He points out cautiously the Earth's crust could have shifted very suddenly, carrying the animals further north very rapidly. Entire axes could have rocked over, or some cloud of fringe gases from space could have suddenly engulfed the entire planet. Whatever the case, the discovery of these animal carcasses is solid evidence that some unexplained calamity took place with fierce suddenness thousands of years ago. Decades earlier, an Austrian mining engineer named Hans Horbiger maybe Horbiger, something like that. He envisioned huge spheres of ice crushing into the planet, talking of captive moons, which predate our present moon and entering retrograde orbits. Their gravity tears up our seas and reshapes the Earth's surface. His 800-page glacial cosmogony, published 1913, enraged the astronomers and scientists of Germany and Austria. The late Willy Ley, the German rocket authority and science writer, summed it up when he said, to pick flaws in this theory is about as easy and as pleasant as gathering Japanese beetles from an infected flower bed. But Horbiger found a powerful ally, another Australian named Adolf Hitler. In 1925, Harbinger delivered these ultimatum to the scientific world. The time has come for you to choose whether to be with us or against us. While Hitler is cleaning up politics, Hans Harbinger will sweep out of the way the bogus science. The doctrine of eternal ice will be a sign of the regeneration of the German people. Beware, come over to our side before it's too late. Powerful backers materialized and Harbinger set up office, recruiting campaigns for his doctrine of eternal ice. Tessellery, something like that. Tessellery. The scientific critics were soon subjected to horrifying harassment and cringed in terror, as well took on all the dimensions and power of a political party. Every good Nazi had to declare, I swear that I believe in the doctrine of eternal ice. Eternal hell. With this disintegration of the Nazi Germany, also seemed to melt away. But recently, Harbinger's concept were resurrected by Powell's and Bergeier and the dawn of magic. This is the morning of magicians and dawn of magic. The dawn of magic. Money, man. Some of us don't have that privilege. Some of us do not have that privilege. It's the dawn of magic. There have been 4 geological epochs. They state flatly because there have been 4 moons. The early epochs were influenced by gravitational changes and factors which produced giant animals and plants. And in a world peopled by monsters, there appeared this first man of eminent size, bearing also no resemblance to us, and possessed of a different kind of intelligence. Cosmic rays became stronger in those days, they tell us, and produced a vulgar mutation. Survivors of this race of giants overlapped into the modern epoch and are mentioned in folklore of many races, usually being described as evil and violent creatures. I'm going to take a break. My shoulder's burning. One of Harbinger's disciples was Hans Bellamy, who shifted myths and legend to find further proof for the doctrine of eternal ice. It is not unusual that the well-believers turned to the Atlantis literature and found in it some of the evidence they sought. The Atlanteophytes had also scoured folklore and uncovered innumerable references to early global disasters. Although scientists sneered at the use of myths as evidence, it is obvious that all the isolated races of mankind managed to preserve the same kind of stories. Of all the bits and pieces assembled from these ancient tales, the most common is the universal account of a great flood which occurred simultaneously over the entire planet. If the assorted legends have been dated correctly, many Indian tribes in the Americas have myths about arks and Noah-like personalities who survived the flood. If we take these things at their face value, we can assume that the earth did experience a phenomenal rising of waters in fairly recent times, that a large part of the land's surfaces were inundated, and that some human beings escaped because they had been warned in advance and had fled to high places and had constructed ships which were sufficiently seaworthy to withstand the torrents. The flood legends formed the cornerstone of the Atlantis myth. A colorful politician named Ignatius Donnelly was responsible for the revival of interest in Atlantis in the late 19th century. He collected hundreds of fragments of archaeological erratics and wrote a number of bestseller books. He also managed to find time to serve as a U.S. congressman and state senator, and even ran for vice president on the populist ticket in 1901. Donnelly, Atlantis, the antediluvian world, is still in print and makes some sense, even though it fails to prove the existence of Atlantis. It does prove that other civilizations existed before the present epoch. And Donnelly also advocated a theory claiming that a visiting comet had upset the balance of the Earth in earlier times and produced catastrophic effects. Horbinger carried the theory several steps further. Comets have always served as a kind of scientific catch-all. Let's look it up. Atlantis. Antediluvian world. Yeah, he must have had a major cataclysmic event. There's an awful lot of books written about it. Maybe there is. I can say it has to be, but a lot of evidence, a lot of books written about it, at least. Comets have always served as a kind of scientific catch-all, although we actually know very little about these celestial objects since we've never managed to catch one. Astronomers like to believe that these fireballs are made of of ice, and that the huge chunks of ice that have crashed out of the sky for centuries were really from the tails of comets. In recent years, many prominent scientists have seriously explained flying saucers as being the debris from comet tails. During the UFO flap of 1966, the late Senator Robert F. Kennedy sent out form letters stating that one explanation of this phenomenon connects the that are seen with the gaseous trails of the comets. If a comet ever did strike the Earth, it might make life here rather uncomfortable. Scientists have estimated that if a solid meteor only a mile in diameter should strike the planet intact, the impact and concussion could destroy a large part or all of life here. There are a number of large meteor craters, all very ancient, which prove that such collisions have taken place. Ancient civilizations could have been destroyed by any one of these potential catastrophes, as well as such things as enormous earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Our planet is really unstable. Mountains are always blowing up. This crust is constantly shifting, generating earthquakes which take a frightening toll on lives, property every year. Rivers overflow and floods occur with appalling regularity. Inanimate fireballs can sweep down out of the sky and suddenly and unexpectedly and burn up whole cities like Chicago. On top of all these hazards, we have the most dangerous factor, man himself. He has made war an economic and political necessity. The ruins of the Middle East and Europe stand as a testimony of his ability to destroy whole civilizations by himself without any outside help. Among the traditions of the Hopi Indians is the story of Kushurza, the third world or epoch, which lay in the east, Atlantis again. They developed flying machines called Patuvatas, according to Frank Walters in his book The Hopi. Some of them made a Patuvata and with their creative power made it fly through the air. On this, many of the people flew to a big city, attacked it, returned so fast no one knew where they came from. Soon the people of many cities and countries were making Patuvatas and flying them to attack one another. So corruption and war came to the third world as it had to others. With present-day inflation, theories are the cheapest commodity around, costing less than a penny gross. It is better to stick with the available facts. Those facts are that one or more civilizations preceded early man and left behind magnificent megaliths as proof of their artistic and engineering abilities. Something destroyed those civilizations, and perhaps they destroyed themselves. Great civilizations have risen and died within the past 2,000 years alone. Our own civilization may be following the same unhappy route. 2,000 years from now, the earth may again flip over on its axis. Great sheets of ice may bury the rubble of our cities. Silt and stones will wash over our towers and fortresses, and somewhere a handful of beings reduced to savagery by necessity will tell tales around their campfire about us and how we even dared to reach for the moon. Thousands of years after that, a new breed of anthropologists will collect those tales and scoff. And even though all the tribes from all the parts of the planet will have the same tales to tell, it is plainly impossible, those scientists will say, that any super civilization could have existed in prehistoric times. The primitive man could hardly have flown to the moon. It is a folly to even listen to such nonsense. It's far more fruitful to measure and study those giant faces carved into the Mount Rushmore, faces that are obviously replicas of ancient gods. Probably they were carved by the same primitives who erected that great ring of stones in the British Isles. They will observe sagely. Mankind is a broken record repeating the same refrain over and over again. In 1950, okay, so chapter 7, Scientists and Collision. In 1950, a new meteor raced across the horizon, spewing a long trail of crisp ideas that left the scientific establishment sputtering in rage. The meteor was a book dealing with history, astronomy, and archaeology. It was written by a psychiatrist and published by a major Madison Avenue house. A science editors and book reviewers across the country greeted it with awe, comparing its author with Galileo, Newton, Darwin, and Einstein. The public responded by making the book a bestseller. It was titled Worlds in Collision and written by Dr. Immanuel Velikovsky. Dr. Velikovsky tore at the delicate underpinnings of modern science, applying excessive scholarship to the problems of how the planets were formed and what forces may have wrought changes in the earth. Along the way, he was obligated to invent new theories based upon the flimsy, by scientific standards, evidence of mythology. He dared to throw out some of science's most coveted concepts, substituting his own cosmology. And that's called Worlds in Collision. Worlds in Collision. Okay. The explosion followed almost immediately. The biggest names in astronomy and physics organized and fulminated. They set out to destroy this upstart by flooding his publisher's office with vicious letters threatening to boycott the firm unless Velikovsky's book was withdrawn. Since the publisher also had a profitable sideline of textbooks and was heavily debted upon the academic community for support, the ugly campaign had some effect. An assistant editor who had first suggested publishing the book was fired, and the publication's rights were turned over to another publisher who did not have a textbook business. Leading scientists have public lectures denouncing Velikovsky. The scientific journals were filled with critical anti-Velikovsky letters and articles. It was modern science's darkest hour. There was a response which, for intensity and hostility, was unequal in the 20th century scientific history. The Los Angeles Times later noted. What triggered this emotional outburst? Velikovsky's main theme was that the planet Venus was really a comet hurled out of the planet Jupiter. It had brushed past the Earth, he said, on its way into orbit around the sun, and had been observed by all the existing races and recorded in their mythology. Immanuel Velikovsky was born June 10, 1895, and Vitebsk, Russia. I don't know how to pronounce it right. He studied medicine and law at some of Europe's best universities. He couldn't go to a Russian college because he was a Jew. He received his medical degrees in 1921 and settled in Palestine in 1924. He knew Freud personally and corresponded with the great man in the last years of his life. In 1939, Velikovsky and his family moved to New York, intending to stay only 8 months. But he was already toying with his theories and spent the next 9 years in libraries conducting an exhaustive research which finally resulted in Worlds in Collision. Today, he lives quietly in Princeton, New Jersey, rarely appearing in public. He has been more fortunate than Wagner and his continental drift theory, and that Velikovsky has lived to see his critics silenced and many of his seemingly far-out concepts confirmed. Ever since the invention of the printing press, publishers have been flourishing on bestsellers, selling books covering a whole spectrum of pseudoscience. Volumes of profound nonsense, such as the works of Pyramidology and Atlantis, have sold in amazing numbers generation after generation. Nearly every major publisher has books of astrology, flying saucers on his list. A large part of the endless stream of these papers, thesis papers, and learned studies by established scientists has in times proven invalid and more crackpot than even cultist literature. It was incredible that Velikovsky's contemporaries singled out his work, a book that had taken 9 years of careful study and research. For their venom, in retrospect, many of the anti-Velikovsky critics read like the work of deranged lunatics who had not even bothered to read the book they were attempting to criticize. It happens all the time, doesn't it? We all do that. It's just a shameful bit of our character, isn't it? They were against the book simply because it propounded ideas that were contrary to the accepted theories of the day. They resented the fact that a psychiatrist dared to speculate on astronomy and archaeology. He was an intruder. Above all, they resented the fact that his book was very well written. Most scientists are miserable writers. If I had not been psychoanalytically trained, I would have had some harsh words to say to my critics, Dr. Velikovsky said loftily in the early 1950s. Orthodox scientists have always sneered at the works of Charles Forts, an American humorist who published 4 books of oddities and scientific anomalies, primarily because Fort delighted in attacking the scientific establishment. Now they tried to lump Velikovsky together with Fort. Scientists and their untutored followers of scientism spent years denigrating Velikovsky and generating a legend that he was just another crackpot. The aging psychiatrist just ignored them and went on writing books explaining his central thesis. In a rare attempt at self-defense, he stated that he hoped that future generations of scientists would understand his work more clearly. He wrote off his contemporary critics, and this prompted Martin Gardner to observe in 1952 that Dr. Velikovsky is an almost perfect textbook example of the pseudoscientist. self-taught in the subject about which he does most of his speculation, working in total isolation from fellow scientists, motivated by a strong compulsion to defend dogmas held for other than scientific reasons, and with an unshakable conviction in the revolutionary value of his work and the blindness of his critics. One of the favorite points of anti-Velikovsky critics was that he railed upon ancient myths and traditions for his he relied on ancient myths and traditions for his evidence. Actually, in Worlds in Collision, he devoted many pages to this problem, since he was trying to reassemble events which transpired in prehistoric times. Before the advent of written records, he was obliged to perform a comparative study of early legends. He recognized the problem of interpreting such material correctly was monumental. Traditions also about upheavals and catastrophes found among all peoples, he wrote, are generally discredited because of the short-sighted belief that no forces could have shaped the world in the past that are not at work also at the present time, a belief that is the very foundation of modern geology and the theory of evolution. Those were fighting words to the scientific establishment. Velikovsky compounded his felony by suggesting that numerous events and catastrophes along accepted in religious lore as miracles and acts of God were in reality observations of astronomical phenomena which could be explained. This was totally unpalatable to the scientific community and to many others as well. In 1950, the staid American Journal of Science ranted that Velikovsky's book was best described as burlesque of both science and history. 17 years later, Yale Scientific Magazine devoted entire issues to vindicating the good doctor. Among these are The Earth in Upheaval, Ages in Chaos, and Oedipus and Akhenaten. Harper's, June 1951. What had happened in those 17 years? For one thing, the old guard had changed to a degree. Many bright young men had emerged, clenching their slide rules as they rode the tails of man-made comets of Venus and Mars. For another, the stupefying and stultifying atmosphere of the McCarthy era of the early 1950s had ended. Professor Lloyd Muntz of Columbia University sensed the tide of change, and in a letter in Harper's in October 1963, he cautiously admitted, I do not support Velikovsky's theory, but I do support his right to present his ideas and have those ideas considered by responsible scholars and scientists as the creation of a serious and dedicated investigator and not a concoction of a charlatan seeking notoriety. Scientists and professors live in the uncomfortable atmosphere of academic rule. Publish or perish. They grind out interminable research papers and studies, not because they have something to say, but because their livelihood is often dependent upon their ability to put their names into print. This unfortunate system has spawned an army of men whose academic credentials are sound enough, but who indulge in quasi-research. Some of these manage to acquire a considerable reputation by publishing a steady stream of unread books. Professor Montz, M-O-T-Z, I think it was, remark about the concoctions of charlatans seeking notoriety is revealing, because scientists are painfully aware of the many charlatans in their own midst who thrive on such notoriety. Over and over again, in the past, leaders of the scientific community have proven mere charlatans, or at best competent organizers, competent or administrators, while their less notorious contemporaries made the real contribution to their fields. This spills over, of course, into other fields such as literary criticism, where a man will write a critical essay on a famous author, and then others will write critical essays of the original critique. Soon, the little literary magazines are actually feeding upon themselves, and the professors are quarreling about their interpretations of said famous author. Velikovsky became the most prominent victim of this system. If he had written a book about psychiatry in his own field, or sex, or sold 1 million copies, no one would have cared. But when he invaded the turf of others, presented unpopular ideas in a logical, successful manner, and got the book published, well, he had gone too far. To the scientists of the 1950s, he had to be a charlatan seeking notoriety. Like Herr, is that right? Herr Hobinger of another era, they chanted, either you believe in us or you must be treated as an enemy. Boy, did we not experience it this past 3 years? 2020 to 2022? What a fucking nightmare that was. Sure revealed a lot about human nature and people, doesn't it? A decade later, the main dish served at many a scientist's table was crow. Eating crow. Astronomers were dead set in 1950 that both Jupiter and Venus were elderly planets, and after much peering through their telescopes, they had constructed some fanciful facts about both bodies. These facts were taught, as usual, to generations of school students as the gospel. Assorted studies had proven that the surface temperature of Venus was somewhere between 25 Celsius and 30 Celsius, making it a relatively cool planet and possibly an inhabitable one. Dr. Velikovsky's theory was that Venus was actually an ex-comet and had been in solar orbit for only 34 centuries. If he was right, the surface of Venus would have to be considerably hotter. In 1961, Frank Drake and other radio astronomers turned their equipment on Venus and discovered that the temperature based upon its radio emissions was at least 600 to Fahrenheit or 315 Celsius. I don't know what it is today, what they're saying, but because I haven't paid much attention. But later, the United States and the Soviet Union sent unmanned space probes to Venus and confirmed that it was a mighty hot place. I have a hard time believing that probes would not melt away if they were guided there. Anyways, or the equipment would, the electronics wouldn't fail. That there might be some source of surface heat other than solar radiation. Venus is the second planet from the Sun after Mercury. Even the side turned away from the Sun radiates considerable heat. Another interesting discovery was that Venus rotates slowly in a retrograde, that is, clockwise direction, and has movements which are in sharp contrast to other planets in the solar system. Maybe Venus was created apart from other planets. Scientists at the Goldstone tracking station muttered in 1962, perhaps as a secondary solar explosion, or perhaps in a collision of other planets. There were other factors such as the heavy hydrocarbon atmosphere of the planet, which seemed to confirm Dr. Velikovsky's 1950 speculations. Venus is definitely an oddball among the planets, but the astronomers in 1950 did not know any of this. Turning to the ancient records for his evidence, Dr. Velikovsky pointed out that early people had recorded Venus as an exceptionally bright object trailing smoke. The Chinese, Mayas, Toltecs, and Aztecs also recorded this motion, and the early Venus apparently followed a much different orbit or trajectory than the diminished orb now visible in our skies. And the people of Mesopotamia did not even record Venus in their astronomical records. Later, the Chaldeans described it as a bright torch of heaven that illuminates like the sun and fills the entire heaven. Other far-flung cultures preserve similar comments, all of which suggest that Venus began as a comet which roared very close. This is our see radar observations of our planet, Irwin I. Shapiro, Scientific American. So roaring very close to Earth at one point, close enough perhaps to cause tidal waves and spew burning fragments onto the Earth's surface. Another part of Dr. Velikovsky's evidence consisted of the stories of the rain of fire, which encompassed the Earth, and he quoted from Mexican texts as well as the records from the Syrians. If he was right, then some of the soil deposits on Earth were the result of that celestial shower. But geologists have always assumed that oil is created by the process which takes millions of years. Since Worlds in Collision was written, deposits of liquid hydrocarbons have been found and dated in the Gulf of Mexico and elsewhere, giving every indication that they are only a few hundred years old. The ancient texts describe the comet Venus as coming from the fifth planet, Jupiter. Was this possible? This was the flimsiest part of Velikovsky's theory, the most widely attacked. Ironically, the very men who advocate the theory that tektites are the result of meteor impacts of the moon, chapter 4, are the same ones who deny that a Jovian comet would come into being, perhaps by the same process. Velikovsky proposed a collision of planets as a possible source. The asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter could be made up of surviving fragments from that awesome event. Our idea about Jupiter itself have been revised considerably since 1950. We used to think of it as a gigantic planetary body composed of gases and liquids, but in recent years powerful radio waves have been detected coming from it. Apparently there are great electrical storms on the surface, and some of these storms affect earthly radio waves as much or more so than sunspots. Studies of all this have led to the new theory, not quite popular amongst astronomers, that Jupiter may not be a planet at all. It may be a cold star made of planets. Maybe one planet could have gave birth to another, but a star, even a cold star, could. Jupiter's diameter is approximately 11 times the diameter of the Earth. I think that's changed too. That theory has changed as well. About 86,000 miles, as nearly as we can determine. It revolves very rapidly on its axis. A Jovian day is less than 10 Earth hours long. Through the telescope, it appears to be ringed with cloud-like bands. The most interesting feature of what is the famous red spot. This is an elliptical spot some 40,000 kilometers long and 13,000 kilometers wide, roughly equal to the area of the entire surface of the Earth. The spot was first observed by Robert Hooke in 1664. Astronomers have been watching it ever since. It also rotates with the planet, but at different speeds, and it always remains in approximately the same latitude, wandering only slightly. Morris K. Jessup and other ufologists have advanced the notion that the red spot is actually a great spaceship, a monumental ark from outer space, which transported the survivors of some dying world into our solar system. Some modern flying saucer contactees even claim that the spacemen have taken them to Jupiter and shown them this ark. Other contactees have been told stories about the ark by the spacemen. It is waiting for the day when the Earth will be evacuated by a kindly space people. Then we will all fly to the stars aboard it. Well, not all of us, just those lucky humans who have been chosen by the space people. Several dry runs have already been held in recent years, with the chosen contactees closing down their homes and businesses to sit on a hill or mountaintop and wait for the evacuation to begin. A number of these dry runs are documented in the author's book UFO, the Operation Trojan Horse, and Jupiter's Ark is an integral part of the modern flying saucer lore. Stanley Kubrick's epic motion picture 2001 added to this lore by having astronauts head for Jupiter after a mysterious monolith was discovered on the moon. The monolith, a faceless gray slab, is used throughout the film as the symbol of some extraterrestrial force guiding man's destiny. In the closing scene of 2001, scenes which have thoroughly baffled many moviegoers, an astronomer arrives on Jupiter only to enter into a new phase of evolution, a kind of rebirth, shorn of its cinematic mysticism. The film is a reinstatement of what many cultists have been saying all along. The flying saucer buffs have been misled by astronomical terminology. Although the red spot is usually termed an object, it could be almost anything. Bernard M. Peake, an amateur astronomer, called it a RAF, or suggested it could be some form of water floating like an iceberg in the Jovian atmosphere. Professor Raymond Hyde of the British Meteorological Office proposed in Scientific America in February 1968 that it could be the visible part of a phenomenon known as a Taylor column, a stagnant cylinder of liquid centered above some depression or a topographical feature on the planet below. The late Frank Edwards, a radio news commentator and author of UFO books, poetically equated it with a giant eye always turned towards the Earth. Some followers of Velikovsky have asserted that the red spot is really a hole left behind when Venus was catapulted out into space. In order for a body the size of Venus, which is only slightly smaller than Earth, to be successfully hurled out of Jupiter, it would have to attain an incredible escape velocity to overcome the great mass and gravity of the planet. Achieving this velocity would require a tremendous amount of energy, or, as Professor Muntz put it, eject a planet like Venus. Jupiter would have had to release in a matter of seconds or minutes as much energy as the sun emits in more than a year. Jupiter would therefore have appeared as bright as a nova, an exploding star, which is about 1,000,000 times as luminous as the sun. Dr. Velikovsky attempted to explain this by theorizing that a large mass and a near collision course with Saturn and Jupiter may have set the cosmic machinery in motion. Whatever may have happened, Velikovsky's main premise is that Venus is a young planet. He predicted in 1950 that Venus would prove to be hot and that it would display orbital eccentricities. The claims have now been verified. He claimed that this ancient records stand as proof that Venus was not even present in the skies until fairly recent times. That it first appeared as a comet hauling a trail and followed a course somewhat different from its present one. Its passage through our solar system caused massive disturbances on Earth and probably wholesale destruction. There are written records of those disturbances and archaeological and geological evidence of that destruction. In relatively recent times, Venus posed a new mystery. Today's astronomers agree that our sister planet has no moons, but a satellite was observed orbiting Venus in 1672 by a prominent astronomer named Cassini. He saw it again in 1686. Other well-known astronomers using primitive but adequate instruments cited it in 1740, 1759, 1764, and 1791. They all noted that it seemed to be about 1/4 the size of Venus itself, giving it a diameter of 2,000 miles, and that it was very bright, almost luminous. It's very hard to lose something 2,000 miles across, even in space, but no astronomer has seen this object since 1791. Flying saucer occultists have taken Venus's vanishing satellite to their bosom, claiming naturally that it was really a gigantic spacecraft. But the object's extreme luminosity could mean that it was a fragment of the Venus comet itself, following a retrograde orbit which eventually sent it into the planet's surface. We have followed a long and bizarre trail from the ancient rumors of massive catastrophes to the Atlantis-bound theories of Denali, to the Ice Age notion of bigger wells, and finally to the carefully researched and thought out conclusions of Dr. Immanuel Velikovsky. His still controversial concepts of colliding worlds, these men and their many followers were probably mostly wrong, but there is always the chance that they might also be partially right. While their peers and colleagues have fumed and fussed and fought and ridiculed and attacked their body synthesis, a new generation of scientists have steadily uncovered substantial scientific evidence which seems to support them. The new theories will undoubtedly seize upon this new evidence and construct concepts which will make them seem pikers. We are beginning to realize that the Earth's crust is in constant motion, that the continents are adrift. The whole planet may flip-flop on its axis every few thousand years, causing water to bury land areas, bring new land areas to the surface, thrusting temperature zones into the Arctic cold to be smothered by ice. If we can accept Velikovsky, our little mud ball is running the constant hazard of encountering objects and forces in space which can wreak unbelievable havoc in hours or days. The moon could even fall on us one day, or the sun could suddenly explode. Our whole technological civilization could be wiped out in a flash. It would not be too surprising, therefore, if our great civilizations might have flourished on this planet many thousand years ago. Other great races, not necessarily linked to us biologically, could have existed here. The supergiants of Powell's and Paul Wells and Bergeier. Is that how you pronounce it? Bergeier? Maybe that's what it is. Bergeier could have been real. All of that has survived of that ancient race are the puzzling stone monoliths and the great mounds and ridges. It was a logical step for a super civilization to move from the construction of mounds to earthworks to the building of the more permanent pyramids of Egypt, China, and South America, and all these other places that we discovered since then. Their culture, or remnants of it, survived and were imitated by early man. For thousands of years, superb stonemasons labored all over this planet, erecting pyramids, then temples, then great cities. Our scientists have timidly attempted to reconstruct the history of the past 3 or 4,000 years, never daring to look beyond. And woe to anyone such as Velikovsky who does dare. Part 2, Chapter 8, Mimics of Man. The animal world is filled with incongruous redundancies. There are insects that resemble twigs and sticks, fish that look like harmless underwater plants, animals that appear to be rocks or ferns. Some non-poisonous snakes imitate the coloring and appearance of their deadly cousins. Numerous tasty insects discourage their enemies by imitating poisonous centipedes and scorpions. The animal and insect world is thronging with fakers and imitators and cunning masters of camouflage. One insect is so cleverly disguised that it can march along with formations of fierce army ants unnoticed. It even imitates the scent of the army ants. Man, the most vicious and wanton killer of the animal world and the natural enemy of all wild things, has his imitators too. Overt contacts between man and paraman have unnumbered in the millions throughout history. Legend and lore are rich with such incidences of contact. Our great religions are founded upon encounters with angels and demons. The annals of psychic phenomena are filled with accounts of seemingly chance meetings with these ultra-terrestrials. Some of them seem dull and inconsequential and even easily explainable. Others are witnessed by groups of reliable people and produce testimony that would have been written by a drunken science fiction author. Living among us undetected may be creatures, not necessarily aliens. With all the outward appearance of human beings, ufologist Alex Saunders wrote in Quest magazine, I think that's what it is, October 1969, the mimic would of necessity be a lone wolf, likely living in a large, bustling city where the eccentric and the odd may flourish unhindered. For it is a curious fact that nature, curious fact of nature, that which is in plain view is often best hidden. Another famous ufologist, I never pronounced his name right. Michel has also commented on these mysterious mimics. Certain cases have been checked and found to be perfectly authentic, but they are so absurd because they are mimics. Mimetic. The folk do not dare to talk about them. No useful research can ever be done so long as absurdity produces complexes in us. This is the humanoids, the Neville Sperman. Early man was very aware of the existence of these mimics and tended to separate them into two groups, gods and demons. All religions have always warned their followers to be cautious of false angels and demigods. The Bible repeatedly discusses these entities and their influence upon man, always describing them as human-like beings traveling in threes or possessing remarkable superhuman powers. Be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares, as we are warned in Hebrews chapter 13, verse 2. Three men, usually of Oriental continents and dressed in sombre black clothing, play important roles in both flying saucer and religious lore. For years, the flying saucer researchers who encountered these men in black, MIB, believed they were secret agents of the CIA sent to harass them. These MIB have been seen most often riding about in large black automobiles, usually Cadillacs, and they have engaged in frightening tactics, harassing amateur UFO sleuths. There are hundreds of reports from all over the world in which these mysterious gentlemen have approached UFO witnesses and investigators, warning, even threatening them to be silent about what they have seen. Since these entities and their big black automobiles have an uncanny talent for disappearing into the thin air, investigators examining the stories of their victims have tended to dismiss such accounts as lies and hallucinations. Then, as has happened in so many cases, when these skeptical investigators had MIB encounters of their own, they have panicked and confusion. There has been an appalling number of sudden deaths, suicides, and nervous breakdowns among UFO investigators in the past 20 years. On the religious level, these same MIB, answering the same description of the UFO harassers, have always been regarded as agents of the devil, or the devil himself. The antics of these characters have kept the devil myth alive into modern times, and there are still numerous religious cults hopelessly engaged in battling and trying to outwit them. But they always manage to stay one jump ahead of their pursuers. Most of their deeds and manipulations appear to be nothing more than mischievous games. The activities of these parahumans are largely confined to specific areas of this planet, where they appear and reappear century after century. The angels keep their ancient places. Poet Francis Thompson wrote, "Thus there are many haunted places all over the world, shunned by ancient man or made sacred by him. These are precise geographical locations, and anyone digging into the history and lore of such locations will find thousands of accounts of ghosts, demons, monsters, and flying saucers pinpointed within a few square miles, covering 1,000 years or more of time. To UFO occultists, such places are windows entry points for spaceships from some distant planet. Occultists teach that these are gateways, weak spots in the Earth's etheric envelope through which beings from other space-time continuums seep through into our reality. Sussex County in England, by the way, I lived there, was one gateway, as are the Mississippi Valley, the Ohio Valley, part of our western state, such as areas around Prescott, Arizona. There are literally thousands of these weak spots all over our planet. Paranormal and supernatural activities in these areas seems to be controlled by complicated cyclical factors. Periodically, all hell breaks loose in all these places simultaneously, and then we have a flap or wave of UFO sightings and apparitions and poltergeists, sudden inexplicable disappearances of animals or human beings, mysterious fires, and even a form of mass madness. Researchers are only now beginning to untangle the cycles involved. For some unknown reason, a high proportion of all these activities seems to occur on Wednesday and on the 24th of the month. This has been a stable factor throughout history. The biblical prophet Zechariah reported in Zechariah 1:7 an angel's visitation upon the 4th and 20th day of the 11th month, circa 520 BC. Most famous flying saucer sighting of modern times, that of the private pilot Kenneth Arnold near Mount Rainier in Washington, occurred on June 24, 1947. Note that many of the events discussed throughout this book took place on the 24th of the month. Paranormal events also seem to cluster around the 10th of the month. Early peoples were aware of these. Yeah, make sure you dress properly. At least take a sweat coat. Just try to be home by dinner time. No, before dark, okay? Which would be about by 5:30 the latest. All right. Okay, so 10th of the month we talk about this. Paranormal events also seem to cluster around the 10th of the month. Early peoples were aware of these factors and linked them to the phases of the moon. They thought the full moon influenced human behavior and produced lunacy. Appearances of UFOs and assorted apparitions do seem to increase during specific periods of the lunar cycle. And as noted in Chapter 2, the human mind does seem to be involved. Many of these things have been carelessly dismissed as hallucinations because only certain people can see these things at certain times. However, a great many factors are involved. Recent studies indicate that persons of a high psychic potential who experience prophetic dreams and flashes of extrasensory perception, ESP, are more prone to see these things than people with little or no psychic ability. Polls and tests conducted over the past century by assorted scientists indicate that about 1/3 of the population possesses active or latent psychic abilities. They constitute our main body of, did I say constitute or consist? They constitute our main body of UFO witnesses. The other 2/3 have never had any personal experience of this sort, and so naturally enough dismiss all this as utter rubbish. It's one of the things you got to deal with constantly. Other people's dismissal of you and your experience. 2 independent statistical studies of available UFO reports were conducted in 1970 and confirmed that the higher number of UFO sightings took place on Wednesdays. An amateur group of American Flying Saucer Investigating Committee of Columbus, Ohio ran a study of 929 UFO reports from the year 1968 and found that Wednesday produced the greatest number, 152. A more elaborate professional computer study of 7,025 sightings from the year 1921 to 1969 was carried out by Dr. David Saunders of Colorado University. He too found that the greatest number of sightings, 1,077, occurred on a Wednesday. The lowest number in the Ohio study of 117 for Sundays. The lowest number for Saunders' study was 903 for Saturdays. Although these are only pilot studies and much more work along this line will be necessary before any definitive conclusions can be reached, it is obvious that these things are not random or sporadic, but are governed by a definite time cycle of some sort. Factors of coincidence, innocent errors, and misinterpretations of ordinary aircraft and mundane natural phenomenon, weather balloons, and so on, must be filtered out. Another computer study of 12,000 anomalies and unusual occurrences sifted from the works of Charles Fort was recently carried out by C.L. Mallows of the Bell Telephone Laboratories. Here it was found that a broader cycle of 9.6 years was seemingly involved. The conclusion is inescapable that these cycles of activities which pass through our worlds like radio waves of enormous length must have a common cause. Damon Knight explained in his book Charles Fort's Prophet of the Unexplained the cause of the cycles, the controlling force that keeps them in synchrony must lie outside the earth. Let's look up this book here. Let me look up this book. Charles Fort. Prophet of the Unexplained. Archive.org first. We got it. The Bell study includes such diversified phenomena as sky falls, odd objects dropping out of the sky, unusual storms, rains of frogs, etc., things observed in space and things seen in the sky. All of these phenomena tend to occur simultaneously in specific months and specific years. The waves or cycles of these events were repeated approximately every 9.6 years. The study dealt largely with data from the 19th century. Ancient magicians and seers were quite familiar with these cyclic factors. The earliest religious and occult lore discusses rays which periodically sweep our planet from some extraterrestrial source and cause everything from miracles to sadness and catastrophes. Strangely, the Australian Aborigines, the South American Indians and tribes of Africa, as well as the ancient Babylonians and other early cultures, all pinpointed the Pleiades, a cluster of 7 stars, and the constellations of Orion as the source of these rays. Rays form from outer space are an integral part of all human folklore. In time, all these intangibles will be pinned down by courageous scientific investigators. Studies of this kind are still very unpopular among scientists. Already we know, or have relearned, that all paranormal manifestations have a tendency to occur in the same places year after year, and that they follow specific patterns within our own time scale that only specific people can witness or become involved in these events. The logical jumping off place for all future investigation is to study the witnesses in depth and explore these gateways carefully and methodically. Small groups of psychiatrists, parapsychologists, and geologists and physicists are now engaged in studies of this type. One significant factor, which is hardly a secret to the occultists, is that the window areas tend to be places where peculiar magnetic faults exist. Our haunted planet is covered with magnetic faults, and interesting enough, many of them are grouped around the ancient mounds, temple sites, and spots where flying saucers are seen most frequently. Physically oriented people living in these regions tend to have extraordinary experiences with elementals, angels, MIBs, and spacemen. Numerous examples will be given further on. A leading authority of mythology and mysticism, poet Robert Graves, recently stated, "There are some sacred places made so by radiation created by magnetic ores. My village, for example, is a kind of natural amphitheater enclosed by mountains containing iron ore, which makes a magnetic field. Most holy places in the world, holy not by some accident, like a hero dying or being born, there are of this sort. Delphi was a heavily charged holy place." Back in the Middle Ages, the Vatican pointedly ordered that new churches should be constructed on the sites of old temples wherever possible. The tradition of sacred places runs deep and seems to be largely based upon the continuous observations of paranormal manifestations. The entities who allegedly approach human beings in miraculous events frequently ordered a church or temple to be built on the spot. But we didn't need an order to erect the great churches of Lourdes and Fatima after the entities appeared there. Remember the legendary 1900 cycle of Stonehenge. The 19-year cycle of Stonehenge, when the god was supposed to appear. Multiply the Fortean cycle of 9.6 years by 2. Magnetic surveys of the United States was carried out by the government in the 1950s. Maps detailing magnetic variations in nearly every state can be obtained from the Office of Geological Survey in Washington. Comparisons of the concentrations of paranormal manifestations with these maps show unique clusters around magnetic apparitions. Could it be that periodic sweeps of those rays from outer space set up some kind of physical or psychic reactions in these fault areas. This is a question that could be answered scientifically if only someone would put up the money, equipment, and personnel to make the study. We are only re-observing things which awed early man and inspired his superstitions and beliefs. Electromagnetic energy plays a key role in these manifestations. We are still learning about it. Our planet may be constantly interchanging energy with some outside force. This exchange of energy is an important part of occult belief. It occurs, we are told, on every level. Chinese philosophers of long ago contended that man was moon food, i.e. the energy of individual souls was drained off and absorbed by some extraterrestrial force which needed such energy to replenish itself. Later on, theologians extended this to form the classic explanation that we were the subjects of a war between God and the devil, a war to win the souls of man and thereby control the planet. Thus the demons and MIB who appear in earlier times were supposed to have been after souls. They may lavish promises and according to the records and offer fanciful philosophies and cosmologies, but as Swedenborg figured out, they always proved to be nothing but splendid liars. Early investigators and thinkers soon realized that they were dealing with magical beings who could imitate man and his works. Instead of being solid, physically stable assemblages of cells and matter, these entities were apparently temporary manipulations of energy. So the word transmogrification was used to describe them. These transmogrifications, according to the lore, could assume any form, from a wolf to a cat to a house, ship, iridescent god of awesome proportions. They could appear clothed in rags or in gold crowns or expensive velvet robes. Worst of all, they had a penchant for playing all kinds of games with us, manipulated our fears and beliefs, and even conning us into going to war against each other. One alarming facet of these countless messages to participants and the contactees is their preoccupation with spreading racist propaganda. The messages recorded throughout history are filled with such propaganda. If the recipient was an Indian, the propaganda was aimed at a nearby tribe. If he was Hindu, it was directed at Muslims. The elementals are purveyors of hate, and perhaps much of the racial prejudice blinding the human race was originally the product of their teachings. Even those wonderful space people and brothers from other planets managed to play this game. Long John Neville of New York radio personality has spent thousands of hours interviewing contactees and UFO buffs on the air over WNBC, and in his book Way Out World, he offers this comment: "A bit that has always bugged me is the racist propaganda which keeps cropping up from one group to another. And this area, regrettably, I'm unable to name names and cite occasions, since the allusions are always so carefully phrased so that the offenders could easily deny the intentions of their remarks. But the meaning is there, never doubt it. It is usually the case of unfavorable parties. Racially speaking, are the Jews and Negroes, and the themes of both fascism and communism seem to echo from behind the scenes on more than a few occasions. But it's all part of the action. Some contactees who claimed to have visited Mars blatantly point out that the planet is divided into zones, with the Negroes and the Jewish Martians carefully segregated from each other. Even contactees in liberal persecutions repeat with some dismay as nastily racist remarks of the Venetians. The Jews are a favorite target of this outer space propaganda, as if they haven't gotten enough trouble already. Until the past 5 or 6 years, racial prejudice was actually the basic part of all Western religions. After digging down to the source of these racist beliefs, there are always the ancient teachings of dubious messengers. They have kept the human race stirred up and at each other's throats for thousands of years. Now finally the Catholics are beginning to soften their traditional anti-Semitism, and the Mormons are beginning to face the fact that Negroes are also human beings. Aside from their invented racism, their inventorated racism, the mimics are also fond of exploiting tense political situations. A band of phantom Indians plagued the settlers in Gloucester, Massachusetts, back in 1692. They appeared night after night, skirmishing with the English and firing bulletless guns. Although the Indians never killed or scalped anyone, the colonists were understandably upset and heavily fortified their positions. The English became convinced that they were not real Indians. Sir Walter Scott reported, but that the devil and his agents had assumed such an appearance. The North American Indians have innumerable legends about an entity they called the Trickster, because he would turn up occasionally and play wild and vicious pranks. Earth's phantom inhabitants play many other roles, especially in the widely accepted spheres of psychic phenomena. Telly Savalas, the famous character actor, told Hollywood reporter Dick Kleiner a weird story involving a black Cadillac. It happened when Savalas was young and flat broke. His car ran out of gas on Long Island, and after he started walking, a black Cadillac seemed to appear from nowhere. The driver offered him a lift. The driver was dressed entirely in white, a refreshing switch, and said very little. But at one point he offered Savalas $1 to buy some gas. The actor insisted that the man write down his name and address on a slip of paper so he could repay. They found the gas station, and the driver waited while Savalas bought a can of gasoline. Then they drove back to his own car in silence. I know Harry Agenis, the driver said suddenly. Savalas asked who Harry Agenis was. He's a utility infielder of the Boston Red Sox, the man answered. That was the end of the conversation. The man waited while Savalas poured gasoline into his car, gave him a push to get him started, and then drove off with a wave. The next day, Savalas was shaken by newspaper headlines announcing the sudden death of Harry Agenis. He He decided to call the phone number on the slip of paper given to him by the man in the white suit. It was in Massachusetts. A woman answered. Savalas told her he wanted to speak to Bill, the name on the paper. There was a pause, and another woman came on the line. I just met Bill last night, Savalas began, and something happened and I wanted... You met him last night, she interrupted, choking with sudden tears. Then she told him that her husband, Bill, had been dead for 3 years. Later, she met with Savalas in New York and told him that her husband had been buried in a white suit. She showed him the last letter of her husband had written, and he was startled to see that the handwriting exactly matched the handwriting of the slip of paper given to him by the Cadillac driver. The whole fabric of psychic belief is woven from such stories, which number in the many thousands and are accepted by millions as proof of survival after death. But investigators informed in the antics of the extraterrestrial mimics are obliged to look deeper. These entities labor to cultivate belief in various frames of reference, and then they deliberately create new manifestations which support those beliefs. Savalas rode in a physical, real Cadillac and spoke with a seemingly real man. If the incident was only a joke of some kind, it was a very complicated and pointless one. Phantom campers, vehicles with built-on trailers, have been widely reported in the western states in recent years, and we have reports of phantom airplanes and helicopters by the hundreds. In the 1930s, thousands of people in North Europe saw formations of mysterious airplanes over Norway, Sweden, and Finland. Despite extensive searches by the military forces of several countries, the source of these ghost fires, as they are called, was never determined. During World War II, military intelligence groups collected a number of phantom airplane sightings from pilots returning from missions. Crews of several bombers from the 92nd Group reported the following over Germany. 4 P-47s, thought to be friendly American aircraft flown by the enemy, were observed on the approach to the initial point at 22,000 feet, heading 120 degrees magnetic. These aircraft flew out to the side in parallel with the combat wing formation in a manner of fighter escort. They suddenly executed a 90-degree turn in towards the head of the combat wing formation. These aircraft were originally at 100 yards on port beam. They approached the 300 yards. They approached to 300 yards when they nosed up away and showing a full plane view of themselves. Positive identification is claimed. The aircraft had brown fuselages and the wings were very dark colored, almost black. No white cowling or no white tail markings were observed. No insignia was observed. The aircraft did not open fire. Several B-17s fired on them. The last P-47 escort had long since departed, and the enemy aircraft had been attacking for some time at this point. The opening theory expressed is in this intelligence report 4 P-47s thought to be friendly American aircraft flown by the enemy was proven invalid. The mysterious plane did not fire at the American bombers, but were fired on instead. If the Germans had attempted such a ploy to capture aircraft, they certainly would have painted appropriate insignia on the planes. And after having succeeded in getting within 300 yards of the bombers, which is very close, for a full account of the interesting sequence of events, see John A. Keel's UFO's Operation Trojan Horse. They got very close. The pilots, if they were German, would certainly have opened fire. Instead, they scooted away, never to be seen again. Low-flying mystery planes reported in 1969-7 were most often described as resembling P-38s, the twin-engine dual-fuselage fighters used in the Pacific and World War II. They were fast, noisy aircraft, but our mysterious planes moved very slowly in complete silence. They executed impossible maneuvers, such as sudden right angles, turns, and disappeared as mysteriously as they had come. Only a handful of P-38s are still operational, and they were not the culprits in these cases. Like the Ghost Flyers of 1934, they are a dull gray and violate all regulations by failing to show their license numbers and insignia. Could these phantom aircraft be part or parcel of the same phenomena which produces phantom automobiles and campers? Could they also be apparitions and transmogrifications of energy that can be properly categorized with the disappearing Indians of Gloucester? The evidence suggests that this could very well be the case. In other ages, flying ships were sometimes reported. Flying Saucer Review, May through June 1970, reprinted a fascinating story from 1743. A farmer near Pueblo, Wales. No, it's Bio. Is that how you pronounce it? Bio, Wales. I don't know if I pronounce it. Claimed he had seen a flying sailboat that year. He estimated that it was about 1,500 feet in the air and could have been about 90 tons. The keel of the ship was plainly seen, thus ruling out mirages of ships far out to sea. Similar phenomena have been reported in the same area about 10 years previous. Fairy lore is also filled with alleged sightings of fairy ships and complete with billowing sails. Our problem is compounded by these amazing, confusing, and alas, scientifically inadmissible subjective observations. The UFO cults have solved this dilemma by simply throwing out this kind of material and concentrating only on those reports which describe circular of cigar-shaped objects. We must, however, consider all forms of reported with equal care if we are to arrive at any valid conclusions. There is no way to investigate a flying saucer after it has flown. But it is possible to study the people who saw it and the terrain over which it appeared. If we are dealing with clever mimics and transmogrifications of energy, and if Man has been observing these things throughout his history, then the real clues may be found in thousands of volumes of all languages describing those observations and encounters. One basic fact should be obvious from the foregoing. These entities and things are not necessarily from some other planet. They are actually closely tied to the human race, are a part of our immediate environment in some unfathomable fashion. To a very large extent, are primarily concerned with misleading us, misinforming us, and playing games with us. These mysterious members of the Welsian wings over the world are our benefactors and our enemies. They educate us and they torment us. They have given us hope, guided our religions and philosophies, and watched us crawl out of caves and build rockets to the moon. They may have watched our civilizations come and go. They may have sincerely helped us to preserve the memories of those lost ages and those past mistakes. Or it all may be rubbish, and we may be nothing more than the pawns with which they play their mischievous games. Theologians and philosophers have always been troubled by the nearly impossible task of sorting the real from the unreal, the truth from the false. Perhaps the only workable criterion is the ancient one of judging them by their works. Can I remember where this was? Because I would like to reread this one as a short video. I want to start with the Tele Savalas story. So yeah, it's a great read. I love John Keel. I like his style of writing too. Chapter 9: Men in Black, Lore, and the CIA. There is no truth to the rumors that the flying saucers are from Spain, or that they are piloted by Spaniards. General Carl Spaatz, Air Force Chief of Staff, told the press conference in 1948. This was an astonishing statement since the review of all the UFO literature and fan magazines of the period has failed to uncover such a rumor. It suggests that people must have been reporting slight, dark-complected pilots to the Air Force back in 1948, long before the UFO buffs started taking flying saucer occupant sightings seriously. In his detailed report on the Maury Island UFO hoax of 1947, Kenneth Arnold also describes meeting a small, dark, foreign-looking man who was tinkering with the motor of a beat-up boat in Tacoma Harbor. Ray Palmer, editor of Amazing Stories in Chicago, had commissioned Arnold to investigate the puzzling Maury Island affair, which began when a donut-shaped object had rained slag on a boat near Maury Island. Pieces of the slag had killed a dog aboard the boat and slightly injured a boy and the son of Harold Dahl, who was piloting it. Early the next morning, according to Dahl's story, a 1947 Buick drove up to his house. A black-suited man of medium height visited him. The man, Dahl said, recited in detail everything that had happened the day before as if he had been there. He then warned Dahl not to discuss his sighting with anyone. hinting that if he did, there might be unpleasant repercussions which would affect him and his family. Since Dahl and others had not yet told anyone of their sighting, and since UFOs were still publicly unknown, Arnold's sighting over Mount Rainier and the attendant publicity it did occur until, and the attendant publicity did not occur until 3 days later. Dahl was naturally nonplussed. What the hell is nonplussed by the stranger? I don't know what that word is. I never seen anybody say that before. Maybe I'm just saying it wrong.
Nonplussed.
Nonplussed. That's a word I've never seen before. Of a person surprised or confused so much that they are unsure how to react. Okay, so he was nonplussed. Have you heard that word before? I never heard that word. I never heard anybody ever use that word. Dahl was naturally nonplussed by the stranger. This was the first modern MIB report.
Nonplussed.
Nonplussed. Okay. Dale's boss, Fred L. Crimson, he also owned the boat and became the central figure in the mystery. Dale himself vanished soon after his interview with Arnold. Efforts by later investigators such as Harold Wilkinson, a British author, have failed to locate him. Crimson had been a flyer in World War II, and he was suddenly recalled into service in 1947, flown to Alaska, and later stationed in Greenland. In recent years, the amateur sleuths engaged in investigating the alleged conspiracy to assassinate President John F. Kennedy have tried to implicate Crimson. District Attorney James Garrison of New Orleans subpoenaed one Fred Lee Crimson of Tacoma. Is this supposed to be Tacoma? Because it said Tacoma earlier. Unless I misread it. I wonder where did I read that? It doesn't matter. It's Tacoma. Not Tacoma. It makes more sense. Washington, Tacoma, or is it supposed to be Tacoma? Is there a Tacoma, Washington? Let's look that up. Or is that a misspelling? I know a Tacoma. Trachoma. It sounds like a disease. Oh, that's spelled the same way? Or it's not. It's trachoma, not chona. There's a Tacoma. I think that's misspelling. Trachoma? I never heard. For Tacoma, Washington, is there? I don't see anything that says Trachoma. There's a Trachoma, which is a disease. But I don't think there's a Trachoma. It has to be Tacoma. Washington, it's easy to miss misspellings in writing books and pumping them out. To testify before a grand jury listening to Garrison's evidence against Clay Shaw, according to wire service stories in November 1968, Crimson was identified as a radio announcer, but Garrison's investigators implied that he was either a member of the CIA or had been engaged in undercover activity for a part of the industrial war complex. He allegedly operated under a cover as a preacher and was engaged in work to help gypsies. These stories caused a chain reaction in UFO circles, since UFO believers have long accused the CIA of being somehow connected with the flying saucer mystery. Of course, the CIA was in its infancy in 1947 at the time of the Maury Island case, and was then largely staffed by naval personnel from World War II intelligence units. Clay Saul was tried early in 1969, accused by Garrison of having conspired to murder President Kennedy. He was found innocent and freed. The exact nature of Crimson's testimony before the grand jury is not known. He did not testify at the actual trial. When Ray Palmer, one of the best informed ufologists, extent summarized his own theories about the Maury Island mystery in the book he co-authored with Arnold, The Coming of the Saucers, he asked pointedly, was a Tacoma affair a hoax? And who? In recent years, many seemingly solid flying saucer cases have dissolved in confusion under close investigation. Often they appear to be outrageous hoaxes perpetrated by some mysterious third party, although the general tendency is to blame the innocent witnesses. These bizarre hoaxes are often identical to the mischievous fairy hoaxes and the games of an earlier epoch. A Maury Island case fell apart in Arnold's hands, and the slag samples given to him by Dahl and Crimson were switched by someone. Two investigating Air Force officers, Brown and Davison, were killed when their plane crashed shortly after leaving Tacoma. Dahl vanished. Crimson was literally exiled to Greenland for 2 years. Tacoma's newsman Paul Lance, who helped Arnold in his investigation, died suddenly a short time later, and Palmer claims that a cigar box filled with original slag samples was stolen from his Chicago office soon afterwards. At one point, Ted Morello of the United Press took Arnold aside and told him, "You're involved in something that's beyond our power here. To find out anything about. We tried to find out information at McCord Field, the Tacoma Air Force Base, and drew a blank, and we have informants there who particularly smell the runaways of news. We've exhausted every avenue attempting to piece what has happened together, so it makes some sense. I'm just going to give you some sound advice. Get out of this town until whatever is blows over. Arnold got into his private plane and headed for home. He spotted in Pendleton, Oregon. He stopped at Pendleton, Oregon to refuel, and shortly after he took off again. His engine stopped cold. Only quick thinking and expert flying saved him from a serious crash. Despite the statements of General Spaatz and Kenneth Arnold in 1947-48, slight dark-skinned men did not really begin to appear in published UFO reports until around 1954. There were, however, descriptions of dark or heavily suntanned UFO occupants as far back as 1897. The Men in Black phenomenon did not really grip the UFO field until the early 1950s. A pioneer ufologist, Albert K. Bender of Bridgeport, Connecticut, gave the MIB mystery new impetus when he suddenly closed down his International Flying Saucer Bureau in 1953. Vaguely hinted that 3 men in black suits had terrorized him into abandoning his research. Other UFO researchers studied his guarded remarks and concluded that he had been pressured out of business by sinister agents of the government. 3 years later, Gray Barker of UFO investigators, a UFO investigator in West Virginia, published They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers, a book which deals with numerous MIB stories from as far away as New Zealand. The Bender case was a cornerstone of Barker's theory that the MIB either represented some governmental authority employing questionable methods to silence UFO researchers, or that a more fantastic sponsorship is responsible for their deeds. Many of these dark-skinned Oriental-featured gentlemen visited UFO witnesses wearing Air Force uniforms. This fact and the vast quantity of reported visits quickly led the UFO buffs to believe that their enemy was indeed the U.S. Air Force. Soon the UFO believers and their organizations were devoting most of their energy, time, and money investigating the Air Force, and as the paranoia mounted, the investigating mounted to investigating each other. The popular books of Donald E. Keel, a retired Marine Corps pilot, were largely concerned with the alleged Air Force and government conspiracy to hide the truth about flying saucers from the public. Other UFO writers of the late 1950s followed Keel's example, and this monumental conspiracy became one of the main facts of ufology. 10 years after he suddenly withdrew from UFO research, Albert K. Bender released his full story, Flying Saucers and the Three Men, which was privately published by Gary Barker. It proved to be far more unbelievable than any of the speculations. He claimed that he had been visited by dark-skinned gentlemen with glowing eyes who materialized and dematerialized in his apartment. On one occasion, he said he was transported to the secret UFO base in Antarctica, where he had been told the secret. The UFO. How you doing, buddy? Where's your friend? What happened to? No one there?
I'm gonna go later.
Did you talk to him?
No. I can't get a hold of him.
Hey, will you do me a favor? If you're done with your fruit, would you bring all your glasses and your bowls in the kitchen?
I did.
No, I still glasses and bowls in your kitchen, in your room. You didn't bring them.
Those are my papers,
Yeah, I know. I screw up everything. Where was I with all this when I got so conveniently distracted? It's getting a damn conspiracy, I say. It's a conspiracy, I say. A bloody conspiracy. You didn't eat all your fruit, man.
No, I didn't.
You want? You want me to put some whipped cream with it?
I want to eat something else.
Okay, I got totally distracted. Thank you for your patience, as always. It's all 2 or 3 of you that will listen to this. And I don't blame you for the rest of you not listening to it, because who wants to listen to me read? But it's all part of research, right? Part of research is spending a lot of time reading, and along with doing field research. Anyways, Gary proved to be far more unbelievable. So this Gary Barker, he says that he had these dark-skinned gentlemen with glowing eyes who materialized and dematerialized in his apartment. On one occasion, he said he had been transported to a secret UFO base in Antarctica, where he had been told the secret. The UFOs were here to collect a rare and valuable element for the Earth's oceans. Oh, I bet. The project would be completed in the early 1960s, he was told, and then the flying saucers would leave our planet, and we would be free to write. He would be free to write about his experiences. Bender's revelations made no sense to the UFO coterie, since few of them were acquainted with the demonology and the fairy myths of the Middle Ages. They did not realize that he purported experiences followed classic patterns. In addition of his interest in flying saucers, Bender had also been involved in the study of black magic. And black magic, as we shall soon see, has always been a major method of conjuring up elementals. He had been plagued by odors of sulfur and strange poltergeistic manifestations during the period of the visitations. He also suffered certain medical effects, such as chronic headaches and lapses of memory, which are common symptoms of contactee syndrome. The UFO buffs quickly branded Bender as a nut. He was trying to get rich from flying saucers. Actually, his books sold only a few thousand copies to the UFO hardcore, and made him the subject of considerable criticism and ridicule. Countless MIB-type stories have now been collected and published by UFO investigators all over the world. Even the stuffy anti-UFO report of Colorado University, a study which had been commissioned by the Air Force in 1967, discussed a few cases. Case number 52 of the report occupies 18 pages and discusses in detail a strange experience in Santa Ana, California. Highway inspector named Rex Heflin, who took a series of Polaroid photos of a circular object near a Marine Corps airfield on August 3rd, 1965. He had copies made of these pictures, and fortunately turned out the originals, and turned over the originals to two men who claimed to represent the North American Air Defense Command, NORAD. Later, NORAD officials emphatically denied that any of their personnel had visited Heflin, and the original photos have never been located. 2 years later, soon after, scientists from Colorado University began their investigation of Heflin case. He received another group of strange visitors. They appeared at his home at dusk on Wednesday, October 11th, 1967, dressed in Air Force uniforms. Because of his earlier experience, Heflin inspected their credentials carefully and wrote down their names and other information. They questioned him about the photos and asked him if he knew anything about the Bermuda Triangle, an area where many planes and ships have vanished. During the questioning, the witness says he noted a car parked in the street with indistinct lettering on the front door. And the Colorado report states, in the back seat could be seen a figure in violet or not blue glow, which the witness attributed to instrument dials. He believed he was being... Hey, Chase? Chase?
Yeah?
Can you turn it down and close your door? because I'm recording, so trying to. So this part is very interesting. So in the back seat could be seen a figure in violet, not blue glow, which the witness attributed to instrument dials. He believed he was being photographed and recorded, and in the meantime, his FM multiplex radio was playing in the living room, and during the questioning, it made several loud audible pops. Dr. James E. McDonald, a meteorologist from the University of Arizona, and other investigators later tried to check out the identity of these visitors. Again, they drew a complete blank. Despite their credentials and uniforms, these men were apparently imposters. Numerous other witnesses have also reported visits from men in black cars, usually Cadillacs, with peculiar purplish glows lighting their interior. There are even a number of witnesses who claim to have been temporarily kidnapped in such automobiles. They have described strange psychedelic lights on the dashboards which cause them to fall into hypnotic trances. Some of these phantom vehicles have a special insignia printed on their doors, a triangle with a bolt of lightning passing through it. In other cases, witnesses said the symbol was a classic triangle with an eye, the ancient symbol for deity, and the MIB identified themselves as agents for the nation of the third eye. Such stories are rarely given wide circulation and are almost never published, so it is quite interesting that so many far-flung witnesses managed to come up with the same identical details. One of the first clues that a UFO flap was about to break on Long Island in the spring of 1967 was a series of random reports describing strange Oriental and Gypsy-like entities parading across people's lawns in the middle of the night. One man living on an isolated farm near Melville, New York, said he saw a metallic disc hovering a few feet above one of his fields in broad daylight. A ladder was hanging down from it, he said, and as he watched, it was retracted into the object. The whole thing flew off soundlessly. A few days later, he answered a knock on his door and was surprised to see a gypsy lady standing there. She was dressed in a long gray gown and wore sandals. Her skin was a deep olive, and her eyes had an oriental cast. She was about 5'4" tall. Her hair was long and so black that it looked dyed. I have traveled a long way, she said in a low accented voice. But I have a glass of water. I must take a pill. He gave her the water. She took a round green pill and thanked him and left. He was puzzled that there was no car in sight. He lived on an isolated back road, and visitors, especially visitors traveling by foot, are very rare. I've traveled a long way is an old Masonic pass phrase and is frequently used in these contexts. Sometimes the simple phrase, "What time is it?" or "What is your time?" is substituted. The pill-taking ploy is also a common procedure. When a most peculiar being visits a family on Cape May, New Jersey, early 1967, he also took a pill. He had traveled a long way, and after conducting an insane interview with the family, or is that what it means? He stopped into the night, got into a black Cadillac, drove off with the lights all out. A full summary of this case was published in Flying Saucer Reviews, second special edition. A woman living in an old house on the summit of a high hill in Melville, New York area had a visit from a strange quadrant around the same time that the quartet, strange quartet. Okay, it's like that must be four people. The same time that the gypsy lady dropped in on the farmer. 4 Indians appeared on her doorstep after a heavy seasonal rainfall. 3 of them were stately, dark-skinned and with pointed faces and oriental eyes. They were dressed in expensively cut gray suits. 4 men looked different. The 4 men looked different, more normal, she said, as poorly dressed, and was poorly dressed. Okay, so the 4th man looked different, more normal, she said, and was poorly dressed in a frayed black jacket. They told her that their tribe had originally owned her property, and they were going to try to get back. What frightened the woman most, and she was frightened, she admitted later, was that there was no mud on their neatly shined shoes, and they had no car in sight. The road and her lawn were soupy with mud at the time. After they left, she realized they had left no footprints on her lawn. In case after case, amateur UFO investigators have rejected the testimony of sincere witnesses who claim to have seen UFOs land and entities dismount because no footprints could be found on the site afterwards. At 1:30 a.m. on Wednesday, again, March 1st, 1967, a man named Dwight Baldwin was hunting near Eden, New York, when, according to his story, he heard a funny noise and saw a circular golden color object land. I was scared. I didn't know what to do, Baldwin said. While I was watching it, a door opened, like a sliding elevator door, and a man walked out and down the incline of the machine. He was dressed in a sort of black, tight-fitting suit like a flyer or some sort of helmet and goggles. He asked me what I was doing. He wasn't white. He wasn't a Negro. He talked very plainly with no accent. I told him I was hunting. He asked me if I was born here. I said no, that I was born in Georgia. He took my gun, looked at it, handed it back to me. He told me he would be back. Walked up to saucer, got in, and seconds later zipped out of sight. Mr. Baldwin found a crack in the muzzle of his shotgun after the man had examined it. Neither the object nor the pilot left any marks in the fresh snow. Local UFO investigators regarded this as proof that Mr. Baldwin had fabricated his story and was merely seeking notoriety. An Iowa College professor who writes popular books under the pseudonym Brad Steiger had been investigating Men in Black cases in the Midwest for several years. In his book Flying Saucers Invasion, he disclosed another common MIB tactic which is being widely employed these days to discredit investigators. Steiger wrote, in the summer of 1968, Brad Steiger received a long-distance telephone call from a journalist friend who was covering a UFO flap for his local newspaper. Steiger wrote in a third person, "Blast Brad Steiger and Joanne Wartenauer, a Florida researcher who collaborated with Steiger, and down with John Keel," he thundered. Steiger recognized his friend's voice, asked him what the trouble was. "I am trying to cover this flap over here, my lord. Everyone has seen these UFOs, but every time I've tried to dig deep, the eyewitnesses clam up and say, 'I won't say more.' Brad Steiger says awful things will happen to me if I tell too much." One lady said that John Keel had told her that she would be carried off by saucer people if she talked to anyone about her sighting. Steiger knew that neither he nor Keel were in that particular area at that time, and that neither he nor Keel would say such things in even a jesting manner if they had been in the locale. So he pressed his friend for details. "Well, damn near everywhere I go, the witnesses have been given a copy of one of Steiger Reitner books or magazines with an article in it by you and Keel. The books and articles are supposed to frighten them." Steiger questioned, "Whoever is delivering these things must be adding their own interpretation. Who are they? Delivery boys? Have you seen them?" "Not until this afternoon," a newsman answered. "I guess arrived at the farmhouse just a few minutes after they did. Damn unfriendly little monkeys. I was trying to talk to the farmer's wife while they were chattering at the farmer, waving a copy of this magazine in their hands and telling the man how Brad Steiger was warning all UFO sighters not to talk." "Could you describe them?" "They were short men in dark suits. All three of them had a deep suntans. Can't recall even seeing their eyes. Come to think of it, they all wore dark glasses. Some wonder there's so much paranoia. Small wonder there's so much paranoia in the UFO community. These mystery men have posed as Air Force officers, well-known investigators, members of amateur UFO organizations, deliberately sowing confusion and fear in their wake. There are even reliable reports describing entities who resemble exactly the men they were imitating. Doppelgangers. On several occasions, these doppelgangers have visited witnesses who had been previously interviewed by the author, creating considerable confusion. The Colorado University study tried to shrug off the Heflin photos because of the internal inconsistencies in his story. His visits from non-existent military officers. Similar episodes have led to extended feuds between amateur investigators and groups, each believing that the other has been warning witnesses not to talk to them. In many of these episodes, the MIB appear on the scene immediately after the sighting, before the witness has had a chance to report it to anyone. They often flourish an identical card. And announce they are from Washington or the CIA. Any real CIA agent who went around openly identifying himself as such, would soon be standing in an unemployment line. When they use the Air Force ploy, they have the uncanny ability to use the name of an existing officer, but they change their rank. Thus, a Colonel Higgins may turn up in a flap area where an actual sergeant named Higgins is stationed nearby. Adding to the nonsense confusion, we have the dreary fact that ufology has always attracted eccentric personalities. Very few of these situations have proven to be their doing. One quasi-scientific UFO group maintains an office in Washington, D.C., and some of their members are fond of waving their membership cards about authoritatively, giving the false impression that they represent a government agency. What are you doing, Chase?
A funny video.
Okay. Just don't make a mess. The whole, as I say that, look at this synchronicity. The whole mess began in Tacoma in 1947. Since then, the MIB manifestations have created a body of myth and lore figuring the federal government as the sinister silencer of the UFO witnesses and censor of UFO news in the press. There is no UFO censorship, as the publications of this book attest. The hardcore UFO buffs maintain these myths. However, they ignore the massive evidence found in the other frames of references, which points to the puzzling existence of a parahuman mimics of man who have always been engaged in mischievous and sometimes malicious shenanigans. Mrs. Carl Lorenzen, who has been running the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, APRO or APRO, since 1952, devoted a chapter of her book UFOs Over the Americas to the CIA's purportedly sinister interest in the subject. Her evidence was a combination of hearsay, speculation, coincidences, classic MIB manipulations, and the uneasy feeling that APRO was being watched. It is not surprising, of course, that some of the UFO organizations have occasionally been monitored by the FBI and other agencies, since the leading proponents of UFO beliefs have made a habit of publicly attacking the government and the military establishment on radio and television. Some UFO publications do border on the subversive. In the 1950s, a strong communist influence was visible, and some major groups have collapsed when they turned more political than ufological. In the 1960s, ufology swung in the other direction as members of the extreme right wing embraced the flying saucer cause. In 1969, a long-suffering Air Force got out of the UFO business by closing down Project Blue Book, its half-hearted flying saucer agency, thus eliminating the favorite target of the UFO occultist wrath. Another group of the CIA baiting researchers is now overlapping into ufology. They are a comparatively small team of amateur sleuths dedicated to investigating the assassination of President Kennedy. Here, the black Cadillacs and the slight dark men in black suits are viewed as Cubans and CIA agents. Paranoia runs high because now over 50 witnesses, reporters, and assassinations investigators have met with sudden death. some under the most suspicious of circumstances. The full story of Kennedy's murder in Dallas in 1963 is filled with incredible details, many of them similar to the things found in the most mysteries of the UFO incidents.
Hey, Dad, where's your plastic bags, like the plastic Ziploc ones?
I don't have any. I just have one left. You want that? That's the only one I have, so I forgot to buy some when we went grocery shopping. I forgot we were out of them. As usual.
Or I could just use all of somewhere else.
He's 12. He's a great kid. My son's a great kid. He sure is. Photos and physical evidence have vanished and have been tampered with, just as the many UFO cases. A wide assortment of mystery men have been involved, including doppelgangers of the late Lee Harvey Oswald. This other Oswald even turned up at a public rifle range before the assassination. See Ralph Richard Popkin, the second Oswald, making a nuisance of himself so the witnesses would be sure to remember him, as he fired an unusual gun which spat out balls of fire at the target. He also visited an automobile showroom and went for a demonstration ride in a new car. The real Oswald could not drive. His whereabouts at the time of these incidents are known, and he was nowhere near the rifle range and the auto agency. The huge warrant report contains numerous pieces of sworn testimony describing MIB-type men in the vicinity of Delhi Plaza and the school book depository building immediately before and after the assassination. Long-haired men were seen. This may not sound extraordinary, but remember that long hair was most unusual in 1963. The Beatles did not begin to make an impression until 1964, and the long hair fad did not get underway until 1965 to 1966. As always, the 66. Elemental hairstyles have always been on the longish side, as we have already noted. The UFO lore is filled with accounts of pilots with angular faces and long, shoulder-length hair, usually blonde, just as the gods, demons, and angels of earlier times sported long hair. Another interesting consistency is the unnatural color of their hair. So unnatural that witnesses often commented on it. The late Mrs. Mary Hire, a newspaper reporter in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, received visits from strange personages soon after she began to write about local UFO sightings. Two of these strangers had long hair, silver hair, she said, and they were young men, and I couldn't understand why they had dyed their hair such a funny color. What is?
The bread.
What bread?
Our bread.
Why, did you just use some more of it?
Yeah.
Well, what happened to your bagels that you wanted so badly? And we bought them. Why don't you eat them instead of eating all the bread? We got bagels.
Toast.
Why aren't you using your bagels? What are you making with bread?
Sandwich?
Okay. Can't you make a sandwich with bagels?
Yeah, but I don't want a peanut butter and bagel. Peanut butter and bagel.
Where are you going somewhere?
Yes.
Where are you going?
Jonas?
Oh, okay. He wants to take a peanut butter sandwich with him to Jonas. I never heard of such a thing. When are you going to Jonah's? When you going to Jonah's? Did you bring in your bowls and your glasses? Did you bring all your bowls and glasses into the Okay. I'm a dad. What am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to remind him to bring his bowls and dishes back into the kitchen. This is what a dad's supposed to do, right, Chase? Dad's supposed to... Man, hey, I want you to... Chase, no more Cokes for today. Not, you can have one this evening, only one. You can't, you've had 4 Cokes since you've been with me. That's enough. Don't drink it all up in one weekend. First, it's not any good for you, and secondly, I'm not going to be buying cases of Coke this month for you to ride out your stomach. I might have to take a break. I'm a dad. Okay, all right. We kind of all distracted here. So we were talking about the Beatles, the Warren Commission, and blah blah blah, and then I don't know. Elemental hairstyle styles have always been seen on the longer side. We talked about that. We talked about gods, demigods, angels. In early times was sported long hair. Another interesting consistency is the unnatural color of their hair. So unnatural that witnesses often comment on it. The late Mrs. Mary Heyer, a newspaper reporter of Port Pleasant, West Virginia, received a visit from strange personages soon after she began to write about local UFO sightings. 2 of these strangers had long silver hair. She said they were young men, and I couldn't understand why they had dyed their hair such a funny color. Mrs. Heyer also claimed encounters with darkly tanned, soberly dressed gentlemen who rode up to her office in black Cadillacs. One of them asked her what she would do if someone ordered her to stop publishing UFO reports. "I'd tell them to go to hell," was her reply. Jerome Clark, one of America's leading ufologists, has his own theory about the present trend towards long hair. For a long time, contactees and their followers talk freely about the New Age, while the rest of us merely sneered. Clark wrote in the Flying Saucer Review, September through October 1970, "Now there is a considerable talk, even a popular song, about the coming of the Aquarian Age. One of the features of the New Age, as contactees predicted years ago, is the revival of interest in the occult. Astrology, the tarot, the palmistry, telepathy, spiritualism, magic, witchcraft, the Ouija board, and so on. Also involved, of course, are such obvious features as changes in clothing and hairstyle. On basic strategic grounds, it is easier now for them to walk in our midst unnoticed. A long-haired blonde male, for example, would now attract little, if no attention, in the streets of most good-sized western cities, nor would strange behavior patterns be any peculiar cause for alarm in a culture born of nonconformity. There are millions of people today who do believe that Venetians, Martians, angels, and demons are walking among us unnoticed. Their long hair, their peculiar dress and manners no longer attracting attention. Strange men in black turtleneck sweaters and wraparound sunglasses, a favorite garb of our MIB, are being reported everywhere. The black Cadillacs are now on the prowl. Have we been invaded by beings from outer space or from some other space-time continuum, as so many now believe? Or is it that we are just beginning to notice the funny folk who have been in our midst all along? In any case, it is understandable that so many researchers and investigators double bolt their doors at night and spend their days peering fearfully over their shoulders. It is a pretty fucking crazy ride, that's for sure. And I'm not even a UFO investigator, but its connections with Sasquatch and spirit realm is so self-evident, it's ridiculous. So, and this doesn't need, it's I don't even know what more it is to be said after reading Jacques Vallée's and Keel's work, that you can see that connection. Chapter 10, Rendezvous with the Damned. Sometime around the year AD 421, a group of artisans from a now lost civilization painstakingly engraved a series of golden leaves or plates with cryptic symbols and buried them in a stone box on the west side of a hill near what is now the village of Manchester, New York. They remained there unknown and untouched for 1,400 years. Then on Friday, if you believe the story, by the way, September 21st, 1821, an 18-year-old farm boy named Joseph Smith awoke to a vision in his bedroom near Palmyra, New York. A personage appeared, and he said later, standing in the air, for his feet did not touch the floor. This being was dressed in a long robe of most exquisite whiteness, and was surrounded by light, and his countenance was truly like lightning. He identified himself as Moroni, a messenger sent from the presence of God, called the young youth by name, and announced that he had been chosen for a special task. In subsequent appearances, Moroni gave Joseph Smith the exact location of the box and told him that he was to dig it up, and when instructed to do so. 6 years passed before Smith received word to unearth the tablets. The date was September 22nd, 1827. Hello? Hello? Why do they always do that? They always call up these solicitors and they say the name David. And like, it's so annoying. It's like, yeah, sure, I'm going to give you your money. Yeah. I don't have any to give you. That's the problem. Anyways, the night of the sky was aflame with a spectacular display of meteors, falling stars, and luminous spheres. Well, isn't that interesting? One of the many witnesses was another young man who lived in northern New York, but was unacquainted with Joseph Smith. His name was Brigham Young. Smith dug into the hillside, found the box exactly as Moroni had said, pried off the lid, and discovered the golden plates, along with crystalline devices which became known as the Urim and Thummim. He spent the next 3 years translating the strange writing, although he had little formal education, purportedly with the aid of the lens-like objects. 11 of his friends and neighbors signed formal affidavits swearing that they had viewed the plates, but once they had been translated, the golden plates vanished. The messenger called for them, and Smith explained. In March of 1830, the translation was published by a local printer. It was the Book of Mormon, a history of ancient North America, The following months, the Mormon Church was officially organized with 6 members in Fayette, New York. Today is over 2.5 million followers, and it's quadrupled I think at this point. I left the church. I actually went on a Mormon mission 30 years ago. 30-some years ago. I left the Mormon church and I had 2 months left of my mission when I realized it was a giant fraud. Anyways, Joseph Smith was murdered by a hostile mob in Carthage, Illinois on June 1844. Brigham Young became the leader of the harassed band of Mormons who worked their way across the country until they arrived at the rather inhospitable wasteland around the Great Salt Lake in Utah. In 1848, many of the Mormons were dismayed by the Young's choice for the site of their future city. But a year later, the California gold rush began, and the gold-mad hordes charged westward. All paused at Salt Lake City for supplies. Within a short time, the city was prospering, and many of the Mormons became rich overnight. This is essentially the history and the legend of the Mormons. The controversy which raged around the authenticity of the Book of Mormon and its teachings is too complicated to discuss here. The point is this: there is enough evidence to believe that a specter, a vision, or an angel visited Joseph Smith, or else he ascertained the location of these places by some psychic ability or by pure accident. And wouldn't it be interesting if the story were entirely true? If the elementals, ultra-terrestrials, or some other force that did select Joseph Smith passed along the information about the plates and engineered the formation of the Mormon church religion. All of our great religions were founded in almost the same way. Muhammad in AD 570 through 632 was just an Arab tradesman until at the age of 40 he began to have visions and conversations with the messengers, which led him to organize the Muslim religion and write the Quran. More recent religions, such as the Seventh-day Adventists and Jehovah's Witnesses, were established by men who claimed communication with supernatural beings and often issued amazing prophecies which came true. Throughout history, common men have had uncommon experiences which have changed them instantaneously, in many cases even changed the whole fabric of the period in which they lived. The Jewish tent maker Saul, of course these are alleged stories, they cannot be proven, none of this, but you need to have a good story, right? You're going to start a cult. A Jewish tent maker named Saul was once on the road to Damascus to help suppress the rise of Christianity when, according to tradition, the blinding light appeared in the sky and a voice converted him on the spot. He became St. Paul. 2 groups or forces have always been involved in the cosmic charade. The early man quickly learned to separate them into the good pro-human and evil anti-human, and gave each new god and demon a name. In the interest of clarity, we shall label the good guys as Alpha Group and the bad guys as Omega Group. The Alpha Group gave men a set of ethics and moral principles, while the Omega Group fostered racism, greed, and violence. As time passed, the 2 groups began imitating each other's tactics. The task of discriminating between them became impossibly difficult. In his confusion, man soon began to associate everything that happened around him to one of the groups. Natural catastrophes and accidents were automatically blamed on the Omega group. This led to the development of pure superstition and an awesome, irrational fear of the ultra-terrestrials. Things reached a peak in the Middle Ages. Then every new and radical invention was regarded as an invention of the devil, and men such as Galileo, who came up with new scientific discoveries were running contrary to accepted cosmological view, were jailed and burnt at the stake. The Omega group delighted in the spreading of false interpretations of the universe and false religions' teachings. For every Buddha and Muhammad, there were 10,000 Cyrus Teeds. Who was Cyrus Teed? He believed that the universe was a sphere and that the earth was hollow and that we lived on the inside of it. Born in 1839, Teed took up the study of alchemy in Utah, New York. I don't think I'm saying that right, but Utah, let's say Utah, New York. At the age of 30, he received his first vision from a beautiful female entity who materialized in his laboratory. Following the pattern of such contacts, she first informed him of his past incarnations. He had been mighty kings and great men in the past lives. Naturally, no one ever approached by these entities has ever been identified as lesser in a lesser station. Then she proceeded to give him a detailed history of the cosmos and complete with her own special terminology, which, of course, he adopted. He began to write pamphlets and books on this new cellular cosmogony, became a powerful public speaker, and gradually built a following for his profitable Krishna cult. He used the pseudonym Koresh. Am I saying that? That's Krishna? It's not Krishna. Koreshan. Let's see how we pronounce that. Koreshan. I think it is Koreshan. He's got a state park named after it. That's not what I wanted to name as a state park, but there's still. Koreshan. Koreshanity.
Koreshan.
Did you guys know about that? Another cult? There's so many damn cults out there, you can't keep up with them. So many of them in the 19th century popped up. This is amazing. Koreshanity. Koreshanity. Is that how you pronounce it? My fuck if I know. Anyways, let's get back to this. Koresh. He settled finally in Fort Myers, Florida, where he established his New Jerusalem with about 200 followers. He died in 1908 of injuries resulted from an altercation with the local sheriff. Teed had promised that he would rise again after death. He was buried in a concrete tomb on the island of Arresto, and a violent hurricane carried his tomb off. In 1921, his body was never recovered. This event gave the Korean cult new impetus, and it survived into the 1940s. Teed-like ideas permeate the thousands of books written in every language by recipients and contactees. He proposed, for example, the existence of a super sun which served as the ultimate source of the universe. Albert K. Bender claimed that the space people described this central body to him also. Many variations of this concept exist in the literature. Long after Albert Einstein published his famous theory of relativity in 1905, Einsteinian ideas were being expounded by ultraterrestrials and published by enthused participants. The Big Bang theory, currently in favor with leading astronomers, is that the universe began when all matter condensed into a single enormous body, which then exploded. The fragments of the explosion, including our own solar system, are now hurtling outwards from the center at tremendous velocity, but eventually they will follow the curvature of space as envisioned by Einstein and return to reform a new central body. Then the whole cycle will start over again. Tweed and his ilk have been talking about this same thing in their own peculiar way for centuries. Scientists and doctors who have examined people claiming visions and visits of ultraterrestrials have been puzzled by their apparent normality. In many cases, the participants have seemed too unintelligent, unimaginative, uneducated, and too sincere to have simply invented the complicated, profusely detailed stories they relate. The contactee syndrome is not a form of insanity, but insanity. Particularly paranoid schizophrenia frequently develops after the contacts begin. Investigators, however, are still debating which came first in some cases, insanity or contact. The first complete psychological study of participants took place in 1890s when Theodore Flournoy, I guess it should be Flournoy. Flournoy, a professor of psychology at the University of Geneva, investigated the strange phenomena surrounding a girl known Helen Smith. Beginning in March of 1892, Miss Smith started to receive messages through automatic writing, a process in which the participant merely holds the pen and some other force moves it. Soon she was going into trances and speaking in a man's voice with an Italian accent. He identified himself as Leopold and proved to be something of a rascal, prefacing his communications with phrases such as, "I am here, I wish to be master of this sitting." Then all kinds of poltergeist activity would begin. Later, however, Victor Hugo, the deceased author, came through the medium and offered advice on how to handle evil Leopold. The clash between Leopold and Victor Hugo escalated into a classic ultra-terrestrial game, just as the modern UFO contactees are caught up in the games waged between spacemen and evil men in black. Then at 3:15 a.m., of course, it's got to be the witching hour, on the morning of September 5th, 1869, Helen woke up and had a strange vision. She viewed, she said, a foreign landscape with a beautiful blue-pink lake whose shores were joined by a transparent bridge A crowd of peculiar people approached the bridge. A man of dark complexion, carrying an instrument somewhat resembling a carriage lantern in appearance, which, being pressed, emitted flames which seemed to be a flying machine, stood on the center of a bridge. Using this instrument, he flew off the bridge, touched the water, and flew back again. By the end of that September, the dark-complexioned man had become part of Helen's life. He appeared and disappeared suddenly when she was alone and fully conscious. Often he spoke to her in a strange unknown tongue. His name was Astain? I think it's Astain. And he was from Mars. He told her soberly he looked more like an Oriental or an Eastern Indian. On a number of occasions, he guided her to his home on Mars, at least in her visions and hallucinations. And usually he was dressed in beautifully embroidered robes. Miss Smith described a length of vehicles on Mars, stating they had neither wheels nor horses, and the people seemed to fly about in them. Helen quickly learned to speak the strange Martian language. Her automatic writing also developed a new twist. She began writing in unknown symbols, but was able to decipher them and translate Martian into French. These symbols had the Oriental characteristics which have been so often described by modern flying saucer contactees who claim to have been aboard the craft. In later periods, Helen would sometimes lapse into this language in the course of normal conversation without realizing she was doing so. It was not Flournoy noted. It was not, Flournoy noted, a kind of gibberish that children make up when they are playing at being Chinese or Indian. It was an actual language which could be broke down and studied. Other Martians turned up answering to the name of Rami and Essenal. I guess it was his Essenal. Soon Helen's world was peopled with strange beings with long hair and long fingers, both common characteristics of UFO entities described by contactees who led her off on spiritual trips to other planets. On November 2nd, 1898, Helen reported rising at 6:15 a.m. and feeling an invisible arm clasp itself about her waist. I then saw myself surrounded by a rose-colored light which gently shows itself when a Martian vision is coming. She said she found herself suddenly in a section of the country people by men altogether different from those who inhabited our globe. The tallest of all were 3 feet high, and the majority were an inch or two shorter. Their hands were immense, about 10 inches long by 8 inches broad, and they were ornamented with very long black nails. Their feet were also of great size. These little men of 1898 resided in simple houses, all low, long, without windows or doors. Each house had a little tunnel 10 feet long running from it into the earth. The roofs were flat, supplied with chimneys and tubes. All the things described in Flournoy's 447-page study From India to the Planet Mars, published in 1900, have been repeated endlessly in the occult and UFO literature and other cases. The little men have since earned a special place in flying saucer lore. Flournoy speculated that Leopold and Astaine could have been the same entity in different guises. Perhaps he was aware of Swedenborg's warning centuries earlier that ultra-terrestrials could assume any identity, and more interestingly, if the precept accepted their identity, they would eventually believe themselves that they were Moses, Napoleon, Astaine. Joseph Smith and his friends were treated with visions not only from Moroni, but also from entities claiming to be John the Baptist, Apostle Peter, James, and John. Other ultra-terrestrials are ham actors who delight in assuming roles and adopting names from ancient mythology. Early theologians were kept busy recording the endless names of angels and demons. Numbers are also flourished indiscriminately in both religious and contemporary literature. The Bible contains long chapters giving elaborate but seemingly meaningless measurements. And Othsby, the book produced by Automatic Writing in 1880, we learned that Egypt had a population of 13 million at the time of Moses' birth. 4 million of these were enslaved Jews. Today's Egypt population is about 40 million. Not much have an increase in 2,000 years. Page after page, the Othsby list of total numbers of spirits and angels, and I want to say druks, D-R-U-K-S. It's not drooks, it has to be druks, I'm assuming. The Othsby word for Omega group, this number, so these drooks would be these bad spirits, okay. This number game has been extended to the modern UFO phenomena. On August 7, 1965, 3 prominent men in Venezuela were present at a UFO landing and had a conversation with 2 tall, 7 to 8 feet beings with long yellow hair, large penetrating eyes, and one-piece metallic overall type garments. The witnesses, who included a well-known Venezuelan doctor, claimed they communicated through telepathy. Among the questions they asked was, "Are there any beings like you living among us?" "Yes," came the reply. 2,417,805. Wow, that's right down to the very last person, huh? That's a very precise answer, but many other contactees have thought to ask the same question, and the answers are wildly variable. Some 75 to 10,000. In the city of Los Angeles alone, up to the millions. Our long-haired friends also indulge in nonsensical prophecy on a grand scale. Ask when the world is going to end, and they're apt to give you a precise date in the near future, and it always comes false. Some people have actually started building arcs on their say-so. One group in Denmark erected a hasty atomic bomb shelter in 1967, remember reading this one, and settled down to await Armageddon that December. Who is going to be elected president in the next election? The elementals announced with grave authority that Frank Sinatra or Mae West is in line for the job. The study of the glossolalia has been a small group of scholarly followers for years. What is glossolalia? I have never heard of that. Glossolalia. First, if we pronounce it right, let's see if we can first pronounce it right.
Glossolalia.
Okay, so I did say that right. That's amazing. That's a miracle. This next thing. Meaning. The phenomena of apparently speaking in unknown tongues, especially in religious worship. It is a practice especially by Pentecostals and charismatic Christianity. And I had no idea. I was speaking tongues, but the name for speaking tongues is
Glossolalia.
Glossolalia. So, the study of glossolalia, or speaking in tongues, has been a small group of scholarly followers for years. This is an attempted translation of the mysterious languages spoken by ultra-terrestrials, mediums, and church groups who indulge in speaking in tongues. It seems to be a conglomerate of many languages, both ancient and modern, and Flournoy wasn't the first to try to unravel it. There are books filled with symbols and translations similar to, but never actually like, Helen Smith's Martian language. Dozens of these phony alphabets have been published in dead seriousness. A retired teacher named John W. Dean collected the testimony of flying saucers contactees and the elaborate information passed along by the space people for his book, Flying Saucers Close Up. The project must have taken years. He devotes many pages of listing unknown planets far out in the cosmos as described by the ultra-terrestrials and giving encyclopedic data about each one. Here's a sample from one of his tables. Planet, colonized, name, indigenous population, okay. Indigenous population, day length, diameter, year. So indigenous, uninhabited, population, day length. Okay, so here's. So war, nova, damn. Colonized. Uninhabited. Population, not given. Day length of hours, 36.6. Diameter of miles, 9,810. Year length, 0.95. Tarmandri. It is colonized. It has 1.2 billion people. The day length is 23.7. Its diameter is 8,480. Year is 1.88. Ophianchi. Indigenous population 3.6 billion. Daylight hours 28. Diameter 7,188. Year length 3.21. Salamandran. It is an indigenous population 4.23 billion. Day length is 24.1. The diameter is 9,107 miles. Year length is 5.66. Dean's lists hundreds of unknown planets in this fashion. The group in this particular table happens to be far from star system Alpha Tauri, 53.6 light years away. So Alpha Tauri. But anyone with a basic knowledge of orbital mechanics and a slide rule can check the mass of figures and discovered that many of these alleged planetary systems are quite impossible. The cosmos of the ultraterrestrials must be filled with colliding planets weaving and spinning in defiance of all the known laws of motion. In Flying Saucers Close Up, Dr. Dean also presents a complete vocabulary and written language of the folks from planets called Corendor. Some of the symbols bear a striking resemblance to runic ciphers. His book is only a minor example of a privately published material circulated to about 2,000 hardcore flying saucer believers. Over the past 20 years, the ultra-terrestrials have constructed a whole fantasy world through the contactees. A cosmos which includes great intergalactic councils. As soon as we grow up, we may be permitted to join on other levels and different frames of reference. Believers speak in terms of other planets. Most common belief shared by every culture on this planet is that there are 7 distinct worlds or realities. We live in the lowest rung of the ladder. If there is a hell, we must be living in it. Amen to that one. Hallelujah. God damn. Numerous religious sects are concerned with Holy Ghost apparitions and speaking in tongues phenomenon, which they accept as verification of their beliefs. The United Pentecostal Church, for example, finds great meaning in such manifestations, and they occur constantly within the church. The church bulletins and the publications are filled with accounts of these events. Newsletters and global witnesses, June through July 1970, described the following as reported by a group in Peru. On April 28th, as they were praying, 10-year-old daughter suddenly went into what they thought was a fit of convulsions. She began to jerk and shake all over. Her terrified mother rushed to her side to attempt to help her daughter, but an unseen hand restrained her. A voice urged her to leave the girl alone. In just a few moments, this little girl, who did not know what the Holy Ghost was, began to speak in a strange but lovely new language. The following Tuesday night, the oldest boy was marvelously filled with the Holy Ghost. He rejoiced in the Spirit and spoke with tongues for over an hour. Convulsive seizures are common in all the framework's references, and many UFO contactees suffer chronic headaches, muscular soreness, and other symptoms of such seizures after their experiences. These fits could be caused by some disorder of the frontal lobe. Primitive people usually regard such fits as demonic possessions. One of the world's foremost psychologists, the late Dr. Carl Jung, examined the socio-religious aspect of the UFO rumors and published a shrewd analysis. Flying Saucers, a modern myth of things seen in the sky. In 1959, he correlated UFO reports with psychic manifestations and suggested that the phenomena were products of the collective consciousness of mankind. The psyche aspect plays a great role. Plays so great a role that it cannot be left out of the account. Dr. Young stated the discussion of it leads to psychological problems which involve just as fantastic possibilities and impossibilities as approach from a physical side. Another scientist, Dr. Jacques Vallée, an astronomer and computer specialist, spent several years sifting UFO accounts and comparing them with earlier fairy lore in Europe. He felt that the two phenomena shared a single cause. In Passport to Magonia, which we just read, Vallée offered a catalog of 923 flying saucer landings from 1868 to 1968, many of which included the classic characteristics of the more universal psychic manifestations. It is reasonable to draw a parallel between religious apparitions, the fairy faith, the reports of dwarf-like beings with supernatural powers, and airship tales in the United States, and a last century, the present story of UFO landings. He asked, and I would be... Son of a bitch. I'm like a half a century late on this one. And they fucking figured this out fucking 50 years, 60 years ago before this. And I would strongly argue that it is, for a simple reason. The mechanism that have generated these various beliefs are identical. The crux of the problem is to reach beyond the endless reports of varied manifestation and seek out the source, the physical, the psychic, the psychological mechanisms which has inspired these beliefs. All of these incidences are subjective. That is, we have only the testimony of witnesses that these peculiar events occurred, although millions of people have claimed encounters with the ultra-terrestrials in the past 2,000 years. Many millions of others have not had such experiences. Astronomers and physicists are neither trained nor equipped to deal with a purely subjective phenomenon. Only a few examples have been given, but it is apparent that Joseph Smith, Cyrus Teed, Helen Smith, and even John Dean were all confronted by the same basic phenomena. Each approached it in a different individualized way, and each received information structured to support his own beliefs. Albert K. Bender and Teed both explored black magic and alchemy. Both claimed they received complex cosmic theories from parahuman entities. Dean asked for and received elaborate facts and figures about extraterrestrial beings and the planets they supposedly inhabited. Like Swedenborg and the biblical prophet Enoch, Helen Smith was shown other worlds and was transported to the center of a pyramid. Bender was taken to ground palaces of fairies and subterranean cities of Duros. It is not likely that any of these places exist in reality. It is more likely that these people have made hallucinogenic excursions or mind trips guided by some force. Duros days of place foreign overseas Duros is commonly referred to as a tour of duty. Men images. Anyways, I lost train of thought there. Thinking about Duros. Okay, where is it going? We haven't got there yet. Capable of manipulating the electrical currents of the brain. Mind trips guided by some force which is capable of manipulating the electrical currents of the brain. The only alternative explanation is that all these people were liars, hoaxers, or lunatics. None of the scientists, psychiatrists, and theologians who have investigated these matters have been able to accept such a simple explanation. A remarkable man named Aleister Crowley, born in 1875, became known as the wickedest man in the world through his work in black magic. He too claimed to receive visits from an angel, and he was the center of a large cult. Around the turn of the century, he was noted for sexually liberating his female followers, and he published a number of books expounding his personal cosmology. Those books are currently enjoying a revival of popularity among the youth subcultures. In 1939, a young rocket-fueled scientist, John Whiteside Parson, joined the Crowley cult and burrowed into the dark world of magic and the occult. Another practitioner of the mysteries crossed Parsons' path in 1946. The two became close friends, combining their efforts to conjure up demons and elementals. The newcomer, Lafayette Ronald Hubbard, claimed he had a personal angel, a beautiful red-haired entity who he called the Empress. The two men donned robes and engaged in secret mystical rites. According to Parsons, they had some success. On the night of January the 4th, 1946, electrical power failed as they were mumbling incantations, and Hubbard was struck by something on the right shoulder, knocking the candle from his hand. He called me, Parson wrote. We observed a brownish yellow light about 7 feet high. I brandished a magical sword and it disappeared. Ron's right arm was paralyzed for the rest of the night. During one of their rites, Parson was given this prophecy. Babylon, the whore of Babylon, is incarnate upon the earth today, awaiting the proper hour of her manifestation. In that day, my work will be accomplished. I shall be blown away upon the breath of the Father. A rocket-fueled explosion at the laboratory in Pasadena in 1952 did blow away the ill-fated Parsons. Lafayette Ronald Hubbard went on to bigger and better things. Born in Tilden, Nebraska in 1911, he served in the Marines and studied engineering and became a prolific science fiction writer. Sometimes around 1948, he began to develop a form of pseudo-psychiatry, which he labeled Dianetics. John Campbell Jr., editor of Astonishing Science Fiction, served as one of his first patients and was so impressed by Hubbard's concept that he persuaded him to write an article about it for his magazine. The article caused such a stir among the science fiction fans that Hubbard quickly churned out a full-length book, Dianetics, the Modern Science of Mental Healing. It became an instant healer, and a new movement was born. Tweed's neologism, such as planets are spheres of substance aggregated through the impact of afferent and efferent fluxions of essence, were nothing compared to Hubbard's new vision of human mind and soul. All our troubles, he decided, were caused by engrams, trauma stored in the unconscious and reactive mind. Patients were guided by auditors, people who have already undergone the process, unearthed their own engrams, and reached the exalted state of clear. An American Medical Association, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, and other authorities took a dim view on Dianetics, and Hubbard's career had many ups and downs throughout the 1950s. At one point, he publicly claimed that he had even visited Venus. Apparently, the friendly Venetians were 100% behind Dianetics, but even with their support, Mr. Hubbard suffered many setbacks and his movement went into limbo for a few years, reappearing in the late 1950s as the Church of Scientology. Inside newsletters and publications distributed to the operators of Scientology office, or O.R.D, short for organization, are written in Hubbard's own unique jargon with emphasis on the magic word cell. Is it SLL? Or I think so. In 1962, the Food and Drug Administration raided the founding Church of Scientology in Washington, D.C. and seized literature and a number of e-meters. E-meters are a simple electrical device similar to a lie detector and are used by auditors in counseling sessions. On August 30th, 1971, Federal District Court Judge Gerhard A. Gesell in Washington ruled in favor of Scientology and ordered the return of the confiscated materials because the FDA failed to prove that the e-meters were being sold as healing devices. In 1960s, Hubbard's movements spread throughout the world despite the opposition of the Medical Association and legal authorities from Great Britain to Greece. Hubbard now spends most of his time cruising outside the 12-mile limit aboard his magnificently appointed yacht. The Church of Scientology is now a franchised operation, with Hubbard receiving a small percentage of the take. He has come a long way since those days when he and Parsons were drawing circles on the floor and praying to unknown demons. Of course, he's gone now. And the games of ultra-terrestrial never end. The last entry is an outfit called Coscut Interplanetary Inc. of Orlando, Florida, who have had difficulties with law enforcement agencies in several states. According to the Better Business Bureau, Coscut has been pushing Dare to Be Great, a motivational course consisting of a series of 4 tapes which will tell you how to get rich. The 4 tapes cost only $77, but the investment can be quickly recouped by selling the course to others. The whole scheme is based upon a pyramid plan, which each student peddling the course to new seekers of truth. Unfortunately, the population of the state cannot support an indefinite selling plan that depends upon recruiting other sellers and students, and the Better Business Bureau has labeled the whole enterprise doubtful and unrealistic. The tapes deal largely with the same philosophy and cosmology found in all the occult lore. One hell of a read, isn't it? And so much of a connection between scientism, religion, theology, and cults, And then these things that we call spirits, as he calls interterrestrials or extraterrestrials, whatever those fucking things, these apparitions that we're dealing with, it's a mind fuck is what it is. This whole damn place is a giant mind fuck. And that's the honest truth of the matter. But saying that to people, then all of a sudden you're negative for telling the truth. Isn't that amazing?
You're going to try, go all the way. Otherwise, don't even start. If you're going to try, go all the way. This could mean losing girlfriends, wives, relatives, jobs, and maybe your mind.
Seasons don't change.